There's no sound. Okay, I'm ready. Almost, basically. Well, ready to rumble and stuff. I'm still ill, though, so be prepared. Might have to take trips to the toilet. My stomach is in pain. My stomach is in agony. My doggy is here with me. He's panting like a locomotive. He's here to comment on the decisions on the Trump administration. I will try to eat something during the stream. Hello, Polyphonics. Yeah, unfortunate. But you know, your good wishes make me feel a bit healthier. My goodness, I just cannot get well, can I? It's impossible. Oops. I can feel my stomach rumbling. Okay, let's hope I don't have any short stacks on screen. Where is that? What am I doing? Oh. Okay. Perfect. No short stack things. Also, I don't think I've seen you here in a while, Polyphonics. I don't think I've seen you here in a while. Alright. Are you sure you're okay to stream? I'm not sure, but I have to. It's like a source of income for me. So, even if I don't feel okay to stream, I have to stream. I have to provide entertainment to the masses, even if I'm ill and dying. That is the price of freedom. Oh. Speaking of which, if you appreciate your favorite streamer, why not consider joining this page and possibly maybe even subscribing or donating. Hold on. I don't know why, but for some reason my Windows bar is now always on, no matter what, and it annoys me. Oh, my food is ready. I should try to eat it. We shall start our little stream from reacting to a video, because this is easy content. Okay, I go for the easy content tonight. Let me see. I'm gonna giving my opinions tonight. Thank you for the $5. Here's my money now. If you have to get off early, it's alright. No. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be able to unlock that money. Easy money? I wouldn't say so. I'm not sure I agree. Alright. Jesus. Trump is such a bizarre guy. Wow. Her son is on the news a lot right now, which is pretty cool. Her son is in the news right now. Especially with the recent attack. Oh yeah. Perfect. Do you know that there are 10 things that German Shepherds love the most? I should watch this later offline. Thank you for it. Oh wow, thank you for the $20. Jack, don't do it. I'm gonna heart it. And I'm gonna like it. Thank you. I never expected to get Make America Great Again money. MAGA money. I guess it proves that even when people disagree politically, they can appreciate a nice streaming experience. Alright. Let's see. Oh yeah. I want to watch Hassan talk to Elon Musk's daughter. What do you think? Isn't that... Yeah. I'm pretty sure Jack Don't Do It is a MAGA voter. I did not expect that sort of donation to happen from a Trump supporter, but you know. It's just politics. I mean, politics affects people quite a lot. Okay, where's the video where he talks to Elon's daughter Vivian is everything he'll never be? Okay, is this the talk? I want to watch the talk 3 days ago. I've been curious about this conversation, especially since Elon Musk's been crazy recently. He's been crazy about everything, basically. And oh yeah, we probably should be talking about Tesla. Tesla's not doing so hot, as I understand it. Tesla is in a little bit of a bind. One moment, I'll be right back. I'll take the meal, and if I have to go to the toilet, then that means that it was not good for me, but I have to try to eat something. Oops. Alright. Okay, we will try. I'm not gonna use Old Bay because if I get ill, I don't want to throw up Old Bay and waste it. My dog wants to eat the food as well. Chodź, 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 łobuzie, chodź. Chodź. I think I can even show you a glimpse to those early viewers that are here. Hold on, maybe I can give you, oh, see? I can give you a glimpse. Oh. All right. He does not want to be seen. Whoops. Okay. We're gonna watch the Hassan thing now. Whoops. It's only for those who are here early. Wow, nobody even commented. Nobody even acknowledged the presence. Ouch. My stomach. Alright, let's keep this up. This energy of I'm ill. Let's see. Browser. Properties. Women. I guess. Opera. Oh, there you go. Alright, shall we? Are you ready? Are you please ready? Is it okay? Are you ready, please? Yes?
Jenna Wilson on. Hold on one moment. I'm going to call her real quick. Is this your first ever real-time live interview? Is that what's going on? Or have you done these before?
Interview? I think live interview, yes, but it's not my first live stream. I did one with Dad Domain.
Dak Domain?
Dad Domain.
Dad Domain. Oh no, I'm unfamiliar, but I'm sure people in the chat know Dead Domain. Dead Domain W. That's what they're saying.
Hey, hold on. Who is there? A new viewer with rune name? What does? Hello. How did you find this stream? And I guess I don't know. What brings you here? I guess I have to repeat. How did you find the stream and what brings you here? Are you here for my brilliant Cossacks free gameplay? I should continue playing with the Edgemin on stream. Don't you think? All right.
You gave an interview to Teen Vogue. Vivian Jenna Wilson on being Elon Musk's estranged daughter, protecting trans youth, and taking on the right online. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. This was an interview by Ellie Ehrman. Shouts out you. Yeah. So you're in Japan, right?
Currently, yeah, I'm studying here, but I'll be back in like a month.
That's sick. Don't come back. I promise. It's not better. When I was there, I fled to Japan during the inauguration, like immediately after the inauguration. And it was 14 days. Actually saw you. You saw me in Japan?
No, my friend saw you.
Oh, your friends. Oh, okay, yeah.
Event, this like protest rave that my friends all went to.
Oh yeah, no, I was there. It was the pro-Palestinian protest rave.
Yeah, my friend literally saw you and took a picture and then sent it to me.
Yeah, it was sick. It was dope. It was very cool. There's a lot of pro-Palestinian protests in Japan. There's a big movement there. But yeah, I was there for 14 days and I came back and it was very, very, very depressing.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be in the United States of America. So just stay there for as long as you can, I think. But first of all, let me get started by saying I didn't know how to like reference you because I feel like it's weird to be like Elon Musk's estranged daughter. Is that all right?
I also feel like that's weird.
Okay, good. You okay? So I wasn't wrong. I still did it, but I just want to let you know I felt bad doing it.
The absolute audacity of something.
Yeah, I apologize, but I don't know what like the appropriate way to describe it would be. You know what I mean?
Nepo baby.
A Nepo baby?
Oh, well, okay.
Is that what you said?
Whatever.
No, it's fine. I'm a Nepo baby too. Well, I guess I'm a Nepo nephew.
Yeah, your uncle is Cenk Uygur. I looked up your Wikipedia page.
Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't speak
Yeah,
Turkish.
yeah. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I read your Wikipedia page in preparation for this.
Oh damn! I don't even know what's on there, but it's probably
Oh, for
not
one,
good.
you're on
All the good
Wikipedia.
things are real. If there's anything bad on there, it's fake. I think there's a segment called the controversy
Yeah, you
where
got banned a lot.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. So far, this interview, as much as I'm interested in hearing Elon Musk's daughter speak, this is not gripping me. Okay, this is like, okay, it's whatever. You know,
do
A
get banned a
lot.
lot.
you know what I mean. What do you think? What does the audience feel? I'm not feeling the interview. So far, there's no interview. Like, get to it, okay? Please. Jesus. Cut the small talk. It's not interesting.
I recently got banned for something that people misunderstood. I was talking about the Republican hypocrisy on caring about Medicare fraud, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. So you're in Japan. You have a lot of opinions, and you started posting. Was it on Threads initially? I think you started on Threads.
Yes, it is Threads. I am the queen of Threads, as I have been proclaimed by myself and then also by other people.
Yeah. Threads is interesting. I sometimes accidentally click on it on my Instagram because I'm 33, so I still use Instagram. Sometimes there'll be something like Justin Bieber is selling all of his properties in red states and moving out of the United States after having a heated debate with Elon Musk. And I'm like, I don't know if that happened, but I'm going to click on
I
it.
definitely did. And I know it didn't because no one's mentioned Justin Bieber in like 6 years. So there's that, first of all.
Yeah, I don't know. But
I'm
that's
sure the
just- I
Palestinians
think
are
there's
super
fake
happy
news on
already
there,
was
too, is
held
what
for
I'm
them.
saying.
Oh,
True.
yeah, absolutely.
It's impossible to fake news is impossible to avoid, it seems, even on
much.
Threads, which is not surprising because Meta is just as dog as Twitter, and not as dog as Twitter, but
Well, as Arches.
it probably still pretty it's right up
I mean,
there.
well, we're kind of comparing.
Yeah.
People, so.
So you started off on Threads.
Okay.
You now
Can we-
post on TikTok. And,
Oh my
You have
God.
a lot of opinions. What do you mean when you say you want to
Fascinating.
take on the right?
I didn't say that. The people who wrote the Teen Vogue article said that.
Okay. What do you think
take
they
on the
meant
right.
when they wrote that?
I don't know. Just people are afraid of a woman with opinions, and I am a woman with many opinions.
Okay.
So I guess that, whatever that means.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to broach this subject in terms of like your level of comfort talking about Elon Musk in general. So if there's anything you feel uncomfortable by, you don't have to answer it at all. And it's perfectly fine.
Uncomfortable
Is it
about,
okay if I ask some
not
questions
by.
like that, or if it's not, then I won't?
Maybe just like a few. I don't want to like go too deep into it because
No, I feel you.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Again, at any point, if you feel even slight discomfort, you can tell me, and we don't have to talk about it at all. We can talk about whatever else. And even
Sure.
before then, I just wanted to start with that, but go into something entirely different and ask you what you enjoy doing in general. Like, what do you do?
Oh
I
my
enjoy
God,
reading.
this
Well,
is
I like
so.
reading, I like watching TV. Pretty normal 20-year-old person activities.
I don't care. Oh my God, I thought this would be interesting, but no, it's gonna be bad. Oh God, I don't care. Okay. I don't mean to be mean, but I just what? What is this? What do you like to do? Has he prepared for this at all? Oh my God. Has there been any prep short? I feel like we're gonna cut this interview short, honestly. Oh, that's great. Twitch died again. Because my internet is bad. Yeah, and it's like, I'm sorry, that's not what I want from an interview. Like, it's just not interesting to me. Okay? It's not an interesting interview. It's very weird. Okay? What about audio? What happened? I don't like this. Okay? What do you watch? Does he just wing all the questions? Doesn't he have a list of questions prepared? Any sort of general direction that he wants to take the... What is the purpose of this? God.
Kick, actually.
I don't know what that is. I don't know.
Okay.
I only watch anime for the most part.
Yellow Jackets, it's a bunch of lesbians get stuck in the wilderness and then they kind of start eating each other. That's pretty much what it is.
What the Okay, wait, I'm gonna look this up now. Wait, what? What the hell is this? Okay.
Wait.
Hillary Swank on her Yellow Jackets face.
Which audio? Hold on, which audio? Mine or the video? I think the internet is unstable. I think the internet might be a bit unstable. Hold on, let me actually check. No, apparently not. Apparently the connection is perfect. So I don't know. I don't even know.
Off with Melanie Linsky and twisted cannibalistic cliffhanger. Okay, did you spoil it by saying it's cannibalism, or is that like a first
No, it's
episode?
revealed as like they gradually turn into like a cannibal cult.
Mm-hmm.
They're lesbians stuck in the wilderness. It's actually, the plots are kind of insane. The writers just decided to put these characters through like literally every form of trauma imaginable. Yeah, it's basically just a bunch of lesbians stuck in the wilderness and then they start eating each other.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. What else do you watch?
Well, Drag Race is my favorite, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else? Do you play video games?
Sure. Occasionally. I don't really have any device that's capable of like high-level gaming. Unfortunately, I am unable to play Elden Ring, but I play like Dress to Impress with my friends.
Okay. Wait, why don't you have a device that's capable of playing anything like you don't have a Steam Deck?
What's the Steam Deck?
Oh my God, you are.
I'm not like a pro gamer.
I gotta put you on game. Steam Deck is
gamer.
like a
Actually-
Valve thing. It runs on
Hold on.
Linux. It's like a
I have-
handheld portable. It's like a handheld portable. Basically, it's like a
Thing.
Nintendo Switch on steroids.
Okay. Well,
No, it's
I'm
not.
Okay, so
Nothing like.
I have been
What?
a gamer. I was on my college's esports Smash Brothers varsity team.
Okay, wait, what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You play Smash?
I do.
I feel like a prerequisite is you can't shower. You're like you have to be smelly to play Smash.
Well, I met other people in the community.
Steam Deck is like Switch on
People wanna ask
steroids,
you who
except
your
it's
main is.
nothing
I'm
like
in
Switch.
Robin
You mean
and
who?
Wendy. I'm in Robin.
I don't even know what that
He
is.
can't-
People are saying
okay, I
Omega
like him.
Base. Do you know
Yeah, I like him
Ludwig?
to hit Ludwig. I'm in Wendy. I'm side main.
Hassan is a terrible interviewer. I'm gonna say it, okay? I'm just gonna come out and say it. He's a horrible interviewer. Like, this is leading nowhere. I feel like I'm wasting my life. Like, this is potentially a very interesting interview, and I feel like I'm wasting my time watching this.
Wendy. Ludwig is one of the Bowser Jr. alts.
No,
I play
no,
Wendy
no.
because-
No, the content creator Ludwig.
Oh.
He plays Smash. L for Ludwig, not for
Oh my god.
Oh, Ludwig,
You know Ludwig? Yeah, he sucks. Don't worry about it.
I am so sorry.
Yo,
Sorry, Ludwig.
you thought Ludwig. What was it? Ludwig von Koopa? Is that what you thought it was? Like a Smash character? That's funny.
You were talking about Smash Brothers, like you said, light running. I was like, yes, the Bowser Jr.
Elwig. No, it's fine. He's.
How many views does this have? 520,000. Oh my god. 500,000 views. Wow.
Anyway, so it's okay that you don't know who he is.
This is so
know who he is.
depressing.
No. Don't worry about it. No, we're gonna go with we're gonna clip chimp you and we're gonna act like
I'm
you
telling
didn't.
him you said that. I don't know him,
Okay.
but I will DM him on Instagram.
Actual good interviews have a pittance of views, but this has half a
Hassan
million.
Obvi said this about you. I heard his
Oh,
going
God.
over
Who
his
do
life.
you watch on? Do you watch Twitch at all?
No.
No, it's all good.
I was
There's no-
actually lie. I don't have the patience for live streams.
I feel that. You watch TikTok though. You're on TikTok a lot. You post on TikTok a lot.
I do like once a day. That's not like a lot. I've seen people.
That's
there
a
are people
lot for me. I'm 33. I barely can. I mean, I guess I post a lot because my
Literally-
editors
Yes,
post.
okay, how
My
many-
editors
stream
post.
for like 10 hours a
How
day.
many times will you repeat that he's 33? Oh my god. I'm 33. I don't care. This is such
Yeah,
a bad
but
interview.
that's
That's
different.
low.
That's like
Okay.
talk radio.
For 10 hours?
Yeah, it's just me doing talk radio. I could do that, but like TikTok is hard. You got to edit stuff. I don't know how to do it.
Whatever you say.
Why?
It's difficult. Anyway, okay, so you post TikTok.
Is this a
Who
joke?
do you watch on TikTok? Who do you follow on TikTok? Who do you like on TikTok?
Learning school. We're friends. Jory. We do TikTok lives together sometimes. I don't know.
Okay, I have no idea who the dude. I'm so.
I don't think if I mention anyone, you're going to know who they are. Because A, you're
I'm gonna
33,
figure it
and
out.
B,
No, there's gonna be one person where I'm like, I love that person. Okay, I know it. That's why
Hello,
I'm asking.
Greater Rain.
most of the creators I follow are like.
I'm watching a really disappointing interview, okay? I feel like we're gonna click off soon. If it doesn't pick up, we're gonna click off because, God, this is not interesting at all. Let's see. Experiences growing up, that could be interesting. Astra Nova School, I don't think that's interesting. Apple Martin dress, very not interesting. Tokipona, I have no. Teen Vogue article, Ariana Grande red carpet dress. Oh my god. Boomer moment. Who's the bigger weeb? College. Trans identity. Elon Musk was never a liberal. How much Elon Musk works every day. Fake gamer. Book recommendation. Elon's narcissism. The hell is narcissism? I'm pretty sure it's narcissism. Transitioning, transbeam. Okay, there might be some interesting parts of this interview.
Okay, all right.
Zelda Vox.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I
I'm a
love
foe. I don't know if you knew that. I'm a foe to
Working.
the LGBT community.
them. Oh, wow. Such a shame.
So I don't know any of the. You met Jory at Creators for Palestine? Oh, okay. Hell yeah. That's what Frogan said. Okay, my bad. Sorry, Jory.
Yeah. I'm telling Jory you said that.
Yeah,
I'm
don't.
going to have a
I mean,
list of every creator you've talked about and be like, Hassan said this about you.
oh, I mean, I
should
already
know.
I already do that. I already do that every day. Don't worry. I do that enough for myself.
feel like
I already
I'm-
step in the doo doo. So, talk to me about your experiences growing up.
Okay.
My experience.
Again, if it's
I-
bad, if it's something you don't want to talk about, you don't have to. We can just move on to some.
I
some
mean,
other
I
shit.
don't know what there is to talk about. So I don't
Yes. Why don't you ask any more vague and crappy question? Hey, tell me all about your childhood. Like, come on. Prepare for your interviews. I know you're a big streamer and you don't have to care about anything anymore, but come on. If you're gonna do an interview, prepare for it. Prepare a list of questions. Hey, can you tell me about your childhood experiences? What do you even do with that?
Or just move on.
Like, where did you grow up? You know,
LA.
school stuff like that.
I went to school and then I got home from school. I don't.
What did you find yourself more interested in?
French?
French? Like the language. Okay.
Yes.
Do you speak French?
Ouais.
Oui. Let me hear
Ouais, je
it.
suis là.
Drop some French.
Tabarnak, putain, merde, Chris.
Okay, that sounds convincing. I can't speak French. I only speak Turkish. Do you speak any other languages?
I know Toki Pona, but I don't.
I'm
think
eating
that
one of
counts.
those pre-made dishes, so if I have to go rush to the toilet, that means that I had an incident again because I'm still ill, as it turns out, and my stomach actually hurts. So, unfortunate. You know? Actually, unfortunate. Let's see. I'm eating pizza. Oh. Okay, let's continue. This interview is.
What? Tokimon?
Okay, so Toki Pona is this fucking. This is fucking urgent. It's this Conlang. So it's not a real language. It's like you can learn it in like a few days. It has like 100-something words.
What is it?
And that's
The translated as language of good is a philosophical, artistic, constructed language designed for a small vocabulary,
Yeah, that's a very
simplicity and
artsy way
ease of
saying
acquisition,
language.
created by a Canadian linguist and hyper polyglot Sonia Lang to simplify her thoughts and communication.
Yeah, we love Sonia Lang. She is a
How
translator.
okay?
A
How
lot
did
of
you
transpla-
encounter this?
I like languages, so I just like found it one day. I was like,
Wait, did you
I don't
go to
know.
one of the special schools in LA, like all the super smart kids go to?
oh yeah,
Is that where they teach you about Toki Pona? Because
No,
I don't know.
just
I
Googled
went to
that.
I went to public school in Turkey, so it's like, and then I went to
Oh.
private school in Turkey, but still, not.
I like
it's-
languages, and I'm not
I was
interested
shocked
in
'cause,
this.
Back in the day, I used to ball with my uncle and all of his like LA
Oh
friends.
my God. Oh,
and we would
cool.
go to
Oh,
one of these
so cool.
schools because like the dads had their kids at this school, and I was shocked because they would like make the kids do IQ
Shoot
tests at
me.
like 12 to be
Oh,
able to
God.
get in. Like
yeah,
what is
I
it?
did those.
What is it called? Merman or something? It was like one of the schools. That's where we would go.
Yeah,
and-
that's the one I went to. What the f-
yeah, so I used to ball in the basketball courts at Merman on Sunday mornings, right
me.
across from that ginormous church.
Oh yeah, the giant. Holy.
Yeah.
We had to. Oh my God. God, this is bringing back memories. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We had
that's
this, like,
that's the
music
fancy
thing.
school that's the fancy school I think
Yeah.
about all the time. So that's the one you went to?
That's the one I went to for elementary. We had this like the giant ass church that just loomed over the whole ass building.
Yeah.
We had this like music class and we had to do winter recitals. None of us could sing, but we would do like these like winter things. All the grades would do like a song. We had to sing one about snow and dirt called Snert. It
Okay.
was interesting. It was very interesting.
What are your classmates doing? Like what happens after that? Do they become like young enterprising individuals, or do they just go, this is crazy, like I'm gonna
You keep up
burn
with the
out?
people you went to elementary school with?
That's a really
Yeah.
good question. I do not, because they're in Turkey. but
Okay,
fair.
actually that's fair. But yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Snert. Everyone loved Snert. They're fans of Snert in the chat.
Ugh, God
I
have
keep forgetting it's a live
mercy.
stream. I'm just like, we're having a conversation because I can't see the Twitch chat or whatever.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's so much better for you that
I'm
you're
not worried
not
about it.
aware of, because Twitch chat is really annoying. So going back to Merman and Snert. So what was the class? What were the classes like? Because I was always fascinated with this school. Because I always jokingly referred to it as like the school for gifted children, like X-Men style. Did you guys have like a bald? Did you have a bald professor that was in a wheelchair, like super high tech wheelchair that could use
No.
telepathy and stuff?
Ha
or
ha
it's
ha
not?
ha.
Damn, don't roll your eyes at a Marvel
So
reference.
so funny.
It was literally
Oh
just
God.
a school, and they got in like so many scandals when we were when we were like in elementary. The people who they
Oh,
were
my
literally shit
God.
talking my elementary school on Twitch. With
No,
this
it's
song
on
me.
deck.
What the fuck
Merman,
is my
it's
life?
on site, Merman.
Okay.
Do it.
So I went to fucking. They got in a. Oh, bye, bitch. So chat. They got in a bunch of scandals.
I'm getting a drink.
You better. I need a drink. Okay, so they got in a bunch of scandals. I left the school after middle school, but apparently, like all of the teachers were making no money, and all the administration was making like a ton, and they were making like really bad choices. I don't know, I wasn't there, but yeah, no. And then they also hosted Shrek the musical. They hosted like the musical, Shrek the musical. That's what they did for the middle school musical.
Like,
And that's-
there's a Shrek. I didn't even know that there was a Shrek musical. Like
there's
the
a
actual
Shrek
musical, or did they make the kids do it?
They did not. Well, it's like an actual musical. They like put on like a middle school production of Shrek the musical, and that was the last time I went to that school.
Wow. You were like, I'm out. Did you play a character?
That was after I left.
Did you
Well, I
play-
didn't
oh.
leave my trip.
Okay, I'm gonna give this interview a few more
You could
minutes,
pretend to be in a
okay?
musical for the school. I mean,
I
the
was not.
Write
no,
in the
because
chat
it was
if you
3
like
years
it
and
or
I
not.
left
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Like
it's
3 years after I left.
did you do musicals
Boring
when you were
as
there?
hell.
No,
No,
not at all. Are you interested in musicals?
I listen to some occasionally,
Okay.
but I'm not like a theater kid. Everyone thinks I'm a theater kid, but no, I'm just charismatic. Allegedly, but
I
no,
mean,
I'm not.
you like it happens. Okay, so you move on from Merman, you go to another school. I suspect this is yet another one of these like for those of you who don't know, because like LA is very unique.
It's so much worse than what you think. Whatever you think, it's so much worse.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Elon Musk's daughter. Very surprisingly uninteresting interview. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the experience of going to a fancy school. I know this is just. I expected yes, his trans daughter. Yeah. Like I expected this to be interesting, but it's mind-numbingly boring. I'm sorry to say. Like Hassan is not a good interviewer. He's not.
I don't know what you did, but
Oh, I thought it would be more interesting, but it's not. It's actually not interesting at all.
Okay,
a lot of
I
people
wanna
don't
use the
understand how the
restroom.
Los Angeles like school system works, but like the private schools in LA are insane. Like
They are.
they're like
They're on crack.
insta
Like
lock.
I don't care about the LA life, posh school, crazy. Oh, I don't care. Okay, I don't care about that. He didn't let her talk too much. He didn't let her talk much during, to be honest. I mean, so far. Like, dude, prepare for your interviews. He didn't really prepare. They are cutting each other's because of the delay. She seemed like she's not comfortable and trying to deflect. Did she take puberty blockers? She might have, I think. I think she might have, yeah. I think so.
The Harvard schools, basically. One of
Pretty
them is
much.
literally called Harvard, actually. Harvard Westlake.
Wow.
that's one of my schools.
Fascinating.
Hold on, I do. Just a
Oh,
sec.
go
I
pee.
had to do an IQ test and then a physical test, and I'm pretty sure the only reason I got in was because I was like obsessed with geography, like insanely obsessed. And they had like a geography section. I got like 100, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason why I got in. But
Okay.
it was in like second grade. But yeah, my middle school. Google Ad Astra Los Angeles School, and I'm going to use the restroom while you deal with that.
All right,
with
go
the
piss, girl.
bombshell
Go piss,
conversation.
and then we'll continue this conversation. Ad Astra School, Ad Astra Nova School, Astra Nova School, successor to Ad Astra, is a nonprofit online school founded. Oh my God! The Washington Post said it was possibly the most exclusive school in the world. Oh, okay, she's back already. God damn, that was fast. Okay, Astra Nova School. I'm looking at it, and it says.
Did we change the name?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Astra Nova School, successor to Ad Astra, is a nonprofit online school founded
Okay,
by
before
Elon
that.
Musk and Joshua Dawn on the campus of SpaceX. The Washington Post said it was
That's where I went to
possible
fucking middle school.
that it was possible.
Yes, I really. This is why I tuned into this interview to listen about schools for rich kids. Yeah, ugh, come on, really? Okay.
Possibly the most exclusive school in the world. So it was online.
Okay, no,
So
it was
cool.
physical. It was literally on. It was like in the SpaceX building. That's where I
So
went to middle
cool.
school.
Wait, oh, so Elon Musk starts this saying in an interview that his children aren't doing the things I thought should be done, and then hired Joshua Don to design the new school and teach a small group of students. Okay, I'm sensing a lot of similarities with like the way that Kanye West operates here. This is like no wonder they took that famous photo side by side. Mainly must own children and those SpaceX employees for free. Wait, SpaceX employees went there too? Like their children went there too?
I think I don't know. I didn't ask people about their parents.
That's gotta be.
My
that's gotta
God.
be a L, because you're like, I really want to get a better job here. So like, in order to suck up to my boss, I'm gonna send my son or daughter to this school that he designed.
It
Was
was so stupid.
Was it good? What did you learn?
Joshua Don was actually amazing though. Like no shade to him. He was amazing.
Okay.
They literally just stole him from Merman. He was one of the Merman teachers, and then they just like fucking up and stole him.
Okay.
Hello,
Merman
Lettuce.
rears his head again.
I apologize. I thought this would be a cool
So
interview,
grades,
but
foreign
no.
language studies and music lessons were notably absent from the school's curriculum.
So mad that there were no language things, because this language is like the thing I'm best at and it's the thing I'm most interested in. I did not find out that I was so into languages until high school when I could finally take language classes. It was annoying, but whatever. No, the school was insane. Like literally insane. It was on crack. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like the classes were like fine. They had like 4 professors, so they all taught like a million classes. One of our classes was literally just like Excel spreadsheets, which was kind of insane, but whatever. I'm good at Excel now, I guess.
Wait, one of the classes was straight up teaching you Excel spreadsheets?
Pretty much.
That's
pretty
so
much-
lame. That's crazy.
It was actually one of the more fun classes.
Okay, you're all right. You like
I
the Excel
didn't-
spreadsheet class?
The bar was low. The bar was very low.
Okay, listen. As someone who's
it was
taken
a
the
weird thing.
as someone
Okay,
as someone who's
also-
taken the RADS test, listen, I'm not going to say anything, but if you're the RADS autism test and got very high marks on it,
Well,
I'm not going to say
cheers.
anything, but if you like the Excel spreadsheet class, you know, that's like okay.
You scored high on an autism test? That's so shocking. I'm shocked. I'm positively bewildered.
All right, well, there are many different ways of figuring this out. Like learning at an early age that you really like Excel spreadsheets.
Didn't really like. I took. Okay. No. Oh my god. I can't wait. I was
Okay.
obsessed with geography. Okay.
Yeah. So are you a GeoGuessr wizard?
Okay. I don't like. Well, I'm not very. I'm good at languages, so when I play GeoGuessr, I try to find the language, and then I can immediately identify, like the region where it's in. Or, like, the
Okay.
country. Yeah.
That's cool. You gotta
Yeah,
get
but I don't
on.
know
We gotta
about
get you on the GeoGuessr tip. I have a professional world class GeoGuessr community member in here who's
Rainbolt?
No, not Rainbow. He's dope as well, obviously. But no, his name is M Hud. He's fantastic. He also hangs out with Rainbow time to time online.
Horrible interview.
No, Rainbow is great. Anyway, all right. So you don't do GeoGuessr. We gotta get you on GeoGuessr. Maybe we'll do a collab with Rainbow. Would you do that?
Yeah. Sure. Why not?
Would you be down? All right, that's cool.
Wow.
Okay, so I'm still
Fascinating.
looking at the Ad Asher thing. So the curriculum focuses on first principles of thinking, decision making, collaboration.
It was a weird level. Also, my favorite memories of that Astro were we made weapons out of PVC pipes and then fought each other. That was fun.
Okay.
I made a giant.
Wait,
I made a
is
trident.
that a scenario? Is that a part of conundrums to encourage constructive disagreement?
No, it wasn't a part of anything. We just had a bunch of fucking PVC pipe laying around. So, being the 12-year-olds we were, we made weapons out of them and then fought each other.
Okay.
And I was like good at it. I was like, I made a trident and I was eating everyone up.
You should go and hit up the dojo I went to in Japan.
Dojo.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
gosh.
learn the art of kendo and cut like with a katana, cut a tatami mat.
I'm
Put your
good.
put that fighting skill to test.
Holy sh-
Conundrums have been used in millions of classrooms in partnership with Class Dojo. Synthesis, a venture-backed educational technology company founded in 2020, is also based on the work of
God
Asher
have
Nova.
mercy.
Okay, so after
Really?
that,
God have mercy on my soul. Why is this so bad?
you move on, right? You're 14. It
go to
says here that Elon moved it from the SpaceX campus after that. So I guess it turned into an online
Oh, no,
school.
it turned into an online school as soon as as soon as my younger brothers graduated. Which after they said it,
I'm not
so,
sure where she
whatever,
is.
Whatever,
Okay.
it's fine. It completely over all of the professors constantly on a constant basis.
Yeah, he's never done that before. So that's
I don't know what you're saying.
it's a totally new thing that a new rug pull. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're okay, but that's not. This is not
What
about
a
Elon
gripping
Musk. This is
interview.
about you. So you move on from there. You go to a normal high school after that.
I went to Crossroads. I don't know if I would define it as normal.
Okay, I assume Crossroads is
It was
another
more
one of
normal.
those. It's
Yes.
another. So another one is like Harvard Westlake style schools, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
One of the insane private high schools.
The reason why I was explaining this to chatters is because they don't understand, like, these are basically like farm programs where a big chunk of the kids that go here are the children of like Hollywood producers, things like that.
yeah. It was like Nepo baby school.
Yeah, it's like they're all usually Nepo baby schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why tons of celebrities also went there. Like I'm sure, or was there anyone from your class that's like now like in Hollywood?
In my own class, we graduated like 2 years ago, but the most famous one is Gwyneth Paltrow's kid Apple was in my year.
Their name is Apple. Gwyneth Paltrow
Yeah.
has a child named Apple.
I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow.
I don't
Is it
know.
Gwyneth Paltrow?
I don't know anything. I've been living here I've been living in LA for like 12 years, I think it's been.
She
And I
got in
don't-
a scandal because my friend texted me this. She went to this like basically Nepo baby ball, and she wore this super expensive dress and then didn't wear a necklace. And I don't know why I'm talking to you about this. You look like that. You would not understand. But
Hello, John the Brazen. Consider subscribing to help me out financially. I wasn't a rich kid that went to a rich class. Okay, let's skip to... Jesus Christ. Okay, trans identity, I guess. Let's go here. Oh my god.
So speaking of that, look, you're a somewhat famous, I would say, queer person
Yeah.
living in Japan right now.
right.
And obviously this is whether we wanted to be or not, it's a part of your identity. It's something that you carry around with you everywhere you go.
Okay.
And
I just am a. You can just say I'm a. I mean, you can't say that. I can say that.
no, that's not even what I was implying. I'm not even talking about that. Like I wasn't trying to be like politically correct. No, yeah, I don't. No,
That's fair. I've never seen you try to be politically correct. Didn't you get? I read a Wikipedia article that you got banned for. I don't know if I guess I'm white, so I'm allowed to say it. But like you got
Yeah,
banned.
I got
for-
banned.
Okay,
Percent.
God, what is this crap? Even when it went to an interesting topic, it's just crap. Come on, get a grip. Someone should give it to you a sub.
Cracker. I call someone a cracker. bitch.
Oh yeah, a bit, yeah. A bit like.
No, I mean it's not. Yeah,
Like
everybody
it's
clowned
boring
on
as
Twitch for
hell,
doing
this
that.
interview.
They
It's a bad
capitulated to
interview.
Weirdo.
I'm
fascists
sorry,
online
maybe
who
I'm
are
just a
getting to be like,
stiff.
oh my god, I'm so offended.
And
I'm a
I'm
white
just
guy.
bored out of my.
This sand N word is saying cracker. He's not allowed, is what they were saying. And Twitch was like, yeah, those guys are making good points. Let's ban them. No, it's fine. It's not a serious thing. Like Nabisco gave me a literal pass. Like Wheat Thins sent me a
Oh
cracker
my
pass.
god.
What is
Yeah.
Nabisco?
Nabisco is the holding group
Like
or
Nvidia?
the larger corporation that owns Wheat Thins and many other cookies and snacks
They
like
gave
that.
you crackers. That's hilarious.
They sent me crackers and a pass, like a cracker pass. I don't even know where it is. I've lost
That's
it.
kind of
but-
amazing. I will admit.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
So it's that brand safe. It's that brand safe for me to say it. It's not like a real
I
thing.
hate the snack. I almost said I hate crackers. I mean the snack. I mean the
No,
snack.
you
I
get
don't
you're
like.
okay. You are white as fuck. You can say it. Don't worry.
I'm
Yeah,
literally like translucent.
yeah.
Like,
No, but
Anyway.
the reason
This is the worst interview I've watched in a while. I watched the whole thing, but I didn't pique my interest at any real point, really. I think at some point she did say her dad was never a lib, And they talked about him a little. Wow.
But the reason why I was talking about like American Brain Rot and whatnot is like I wanna hear your experiences about being visibly trans online, and I don't mean that like clocking or anything like that. I mean like being a famous trans person online who's
I'm famous and I'm trans. I don't
yes,
fucking know.
exactly. Whose father is, at the forefront of the anti-trans agenda alongside this administration that's doing like horrible, awful. Like, how does that make you feel? How do you feel about that?
God, what is there to feel about that? Okay. So I am famous. Sometimes people are mad.
It's back now. It should be back now.
Online is like automatically you're getting a faucet of endless hate. And then also from my trans friends, being a trans woman online is like doubling down on that. And
Pretty
then
much.
on top of that, being a
Nepo
famous trans
baby.
person who's,
That.
it's just, it's gotta be a lot. And I feel for you for sure. But I just meant like overall, where do you see America going? How the did this happen? How did, what was the transition for your dad going from like somewhat of a liberal darling? I was never a fan for the
Not a
record because he's a
liberal darling.
billionaire.
It was
I
not-
actually agree with you on that. I do agree
No.
with you on that.
This is not something you agree on. I know him. He was never on the left.
No. He was presented
I know
as
the
a
bitch.
he was
Unfortunately.
presented as a liberal darling is what I meant.
Yeah.
Because
it was a marketing scheme.
I think that it was always both for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
it worked enough for this bitch named Boy in a Band to make a video called "This Man is Literally Saving the World," and I watched that as a 10-year-old and wanted to punch him in the face.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh no.
I loved his music at the time. I
Wait.
was so mad.
Okay, that's brave. That is very brave of you to admit that you liked Boy in a Band's music at the
Yeah,
time.
and I was 10. Okay.
Wait, we gotta pull it up. Hold on, let's react to it. Hold on. Yeah.
What the fuck is like? This looks like I don't even know what laws there are. I was never told what laws there
Hi,
are.
I'm Dave from
That
Boy in
one.
the Band.
That
Sometimes
one.
you come across people who completely change your perception of what a human being is capable
Do
of.
this today. Oh dear God! I cannot believe
This is the
video
most
so-
transphobic thing I've ever done.
How is this video stop? God, if I ever get sent to Guantanamo, this is what they're
I
going to
told you, this is not a safe space. I'm an enemy. I'm a foe. This
I
is
live.
LGBT
live.
foe activities right now. Okay.
Oh my
in.
God.
This is crazy.
Oh my
God have mercy on my soul.
Son, I have a question.
What's up? What's up? Go ahead.
Were you ever told what laws there are?
He's gonna cook. He's gonna tell us. My favorite Boy in a Band moment is when he was like, I was never taught how to do taxes in school. That's another big video of his. But you
Okay, enough.
because I feel like you've had a first-hand experience with like the Musk dick writers, right? Like the people that
God, they're
have cultivated
like every day of my life.
like almost careers entirely out of just like hailing this person as a champion.
Some of them have come from me on Twitter. A lot of them have come from me on Twitter, and then I don't see it. I say like 1% of the time because someone sends it to me because I'm not.
I think you should legally be able to lobotomize them.
I don't know
yeah.
anything that's even an interview. I expected an interview, okay? I don't know. I watch interviews and I'm used to people that I don't know, advertise their stuff as interviews, that they actually do interviews, okay? I expected an interview. I know that it's too much of an ask. Well, God. Even talks can be interesting, okay? Not this mind-boggling whatever the hell this is.
There's this one guy named Ian Miles Chung. That's his name.
Oh no!
He annoys me. He's also really ugly, and he kind of hates women.
Imagine expecting
Kind of.
Hassan to
Yeah,
prepare or
he very
put
much hates
effort
women, but
into
I think he's
anything.
also- I
True.
think he's single. I'm not sure, but like,
No, he is. He tried to.
True. Greater Rain has a point. We're switching to something else. We're actually switching to something interesting now. Greater Rain is right. Enough. Enough is enough. There's a video that I wanted to watch. That's actually interesting, okay? There's a video here that I have. It's actually good and interesting. Hold on.
What is that?
Not this guy. What the hell?
Like a bell curve.
No. Not Asmongold. Jesus Christ, no. God have mercy on me. Where's this thing that I wanted to watch? It's also about her posh school that she went to. Gunnar me what? No? Okay, I wanna watch something more interesting. I wanna watch a genocide video that I have somewhere around here. I've had a genocide video prepared. Okay. Oh, there you go. I found it. People on the cathedral said that it's an interesting video about genocide, and I'm all about genocide, so we're gonna watch a video about genocide, okay? I'm gonna give my
The
analysis.
Israeli assault on Gaza.
There you go. It's from 2 weeks ago. Okay? It's gonna be more interesting. Alright? It's in my defense, it's gonna be far more interesting than whatever the hell we've watched so far.
Gaza has brought the word genocide back into public discourse. Millions of people have mobilized to protest this apparent attempt to wipe out Palestinians in Gaza and steal and settle the last remaining Bantustans in the West Bank. It's commendable. We can and should stop this bloodshed. But it's not the only genocide going on now, and there'll be more in the future. We don't just want to stop one, we want to stop them all. Like all complicated topics, genocide has different definitions, but probably the most commonly accepted is that of the United Nations, specifically in the Rome Statute that constitutes the International Criminal
The only one that is actually that has any backing in law. The one as created by Raphael Lemkin. Yes, there's something about Gunnar Nikon, Lucy, that's genuinely funny. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Also, welcome to the stream. For people watching, 10 people.
Court. Genocide is attempting to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to destroy the group, preventing births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. I don't like to cheapen the word by straying from this definition. Not all war or even mass atrocity is genocide. That said, many people have argued convincingly that the current massacre of Palestine...
Oh, I know, Grums. Okay. Okay, link it. Link it in the side chat.
Palestinians and the invasion of Ukraine fit this definition.
True.
Israel is killing and starving people that have nothing to do with its military targets. It's destroyed hospitals and other necessary infrastructure, cut off water,
I
and
mean, Russia also is attacking civilians that have they're
taking
not
people's
combatants.
land. That's all well documented, but if you needed to hear it from the horse's mouth, in the description I link to a thread of officials, officers, journalists, and soldiers who say genocide is very much their intent. In Ukraine, along with all the killing and countless war crimes committed along the way, Russia is
Yeah.
trying to annex as much territory as possible
Also
and
kidnapping
erase
children.
Ukrainian identity within that territory. To this end, it has kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children
There
in
you
order
go.
to make them Russian. I'm not a lawyer, but both of these cases seem to fit our definition. We already know their goals. An always growing number of Israelis wants to eliminate anyone who could possibly hurt one of their own, which they have decided includes all Palestinians. They want to take all Palestinian land as a big step in the settler colonial project of Eretz Israel. Russia wants its old empire back, which includes Ukraine and, of course, Georgia, which Russia invaded in 2008. It annexed a bit of territory and kicked out the Georgians. National identities like Ukrainian, Georgian, and Moldovan are a threat to unity under the thumb of Putin. I think we
Right.
should try to stop these states any way we can. But permanently ending genocide is a much greater, much more long-term question. Because what if, through some international coalition for solidarity, through disobedience, direct action, and sabotage, we manage to end these genocides? It might only be a matter of months or years until the next one starts somewhere. How do
That's
we
true.
prevent it? To answer that question, like so many of the questions that I ask, we need to know something.
I mean, Raphael Lemkin's whole spiel was prevention, right? Like it's the... Let's not forget that the Genocide Convention is the genocide of preventing and punishing of genocide, right? And the point of this convention was to undermine, at least partially, the sovereignty of individual states that could do whatever they wanted with their citizens. Whew.
About the state. Genocide is impossible without the involvement of the state. I've talked about it in a bunch of
Right,
videos
yeah.
like this one, so I'll keep it brief
I mean,
here.
yeah,
The
I
state
agree.
emerged thousands of years ago and gradually spread itself around the world. But the modern state, the model that all states follow today, comes
Nation
from
state.
feudal Europe. It conquered the lands and kingdoms around itself, then told all of its subjects they were part of a nation, this eternal cultural unit they should all be loyal to. States have committed all the worst atrocities in history in order to expand the power of those at the top. The modern state was forged by nationalism, racism, imperial conquest, slavery, war, and genocide. States continue to engage in or condone these activities and repress anyone who tries to stop them. Genocide is considered an option to rid oneself of pests. The modern state has all the tools for carrying out a genocide. They've got police to round everyone up and suppress protest, soldiers if they put up a real fight, prisons and other facilities to hold as many people as they want and do whatever they want to them, surveillance to collect information, databases to store it, bureaucracy to facilitate the process, a compliant press to tell us how to feel, and the trappings of democracy to make it all look legitimate. It has effectively unlimited resources to buy from huge corporations that are only too happy to help them put their plans into action, just like these firms did during the Holocaust. And if other people want to stop the genocide, what can they do? You might get millions to show up in the streets, but that alone doesn't stop anything except traffic. A few people might literally go over there and try to stop the killing, but most of us have to beg the state that rules over
This is
us
already 10 times, no, 100 billion times more interesting than what we've seen, okay? From Hassan.
to put pressure on that other one. The state
And now
also
this,
has nationalism.
now this has 1,000 views, okay? And the Hassan thing has 500,000. I'm really salty about the state of affairs, okay? I'm really disappointed. at the state of the world.
Thanks to which you'll always get some citizens to support whatever the state does. By creating nations and nationalism, states attempt to assimilate everyone, to make us think and sound the same. Nationalism divides people from each other based on arbitrary differences like which side of a made-up line they were born. It teaches us to be loyal to people and institutions that have power over us. If you disagree that you're part of the country because you didn't want to be conquered and assimilated, you have to be forced to change your mind. Or if not you, your kids. In Canada,
True.
until recently, you might have got scolded for implying Canada had committed genocide against Indigenous people under its rule. What changed recently? Canada could no longer sweep its history under the rug. See, these revelations came out about concentration camps for Native children, euphemistically called residential schools. Kids were kidnapped from their communities and stripped of their language and culture. They were beaten, starved, and neglected. Thousands of them died. Now, as much as I'm opposed to all forms of school, even the most dangerous schools don't kill and bury children in the hundreds without even telling the parents. But that's over, right? They ended residential schools way back.
Hello. Hello, lettuce. Consider subscribing, not to be white. Okay? It's not okay to be white. I don't think it's okay to be... I think it's unforgivable to be white. Honestly. It's a sin against God. Thank you. I'm gonna play it after.
Back in 1997. So there are probably only tens of thousands of people alive today who'd been traumatized by them. But the white supremacist ideology behind genocide persists. Canada was forcibly sterilizing Native women as late as 2019, and Natives are frequently targeted by police for prison and death. On a side note, it's revealing that the
I'm not
Catholic
even gonna get into the whole Roma thing.
Church has taken the bulk of the criticism for residential schools when it was the RCMP, the Mounties, who kidnapped them in the first place. Today,
Hey, Hassan has quite an attractive personality. Okay, Lucy, don't blame the viewers. No, he doesn't, okay?
the Catholic Church is no longer killing natives, but the RCMP still is. Everything the state does, it does by force. States spread uniformity by making everyone under their territory follow the same laws, and soon the same culture and language. Everyone gets blended and homogenized so they can be easily governed and turned into workers, consumers, and soldiers. Even today, when we live in cultures made up of people from around the world, we still share the affliction of being indoctrinated and limited by authority. We now think exclusively within this system created for us. All hope for something else feels like science fiction. Bigotry is an essential tool of the state for keeping us divided. We're all taught to think and act the same, but to care about our superficial differences. European states arrived in the Americas 500 years ago and started claiming land for themselves. Imposing their laws and their notions of property over their new territory meant foisting it on the native people at gunpoint. You might have noticed most people don't like being told what to do under threat of imprisonment or death. So they fought back. Obviously, history is more complicated than that, but when states and the settlers they represented have tried to colonize, locals have tried to resist. The history of the Americas is littered with examples where states or settlers with the state's approval tried to exterminate indigenous people. Bigotry makes it easy to kill and enslave people who are in the wrong group. It gives you reasons why you deserve their land. The current state of settler colonial projects.
Okay, let me put it this way. Hassan has a very high charisma stat and also attractive personality. Okay, I don't find them charismatic nor attractive, okay? It's very, like, oh my god.
like Canada, the US, Australia, South Africa, and Israel is white people are still at the top of power hierarchies and indigenous people are
Horrible.
still at the bottom. Indigenous people are still impoverished and treated like dirt, regardless of how many territorial acknowledgements people do. If groups other than my own are treated poorly, I will be higher than them in the social hierarchy. They
Okay.
don't deserve to have as much as I have. Plus, I heard they're all a bunch of criminals anyway. That's all it takes for many people to accept violence of any magnitude.
That is true.
Persuade them that whole group hasn't earned the right to live.
That is true.
Like yours has. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Hitler got a lot of ideas from how empires like Britain and the US dealt with the native people they wanted to conquer. It's great those states banded together to stop Hitler, but why didn't they do anything to stop the German state from decimating the Herero and Nama people from 1904 to 1908? Or, for that matter, to stop the enslavement of millions of
I
people?
mean, they were busy doing their own genocides at the time, so they could not stop the German Empire. But yeah, the fact that he mentions the Herero and Nama, this guy knows his stuff. I have to say, a good video. I like this video.
In the Belgian Congo around the same time. It's because they agreed not to interfere in each other's overseas empires, which
Yep.
only lasted about 6 more years, but still, the subject people were in Africa. We're not supposed to care about
Keep
them.
in mind, this is where Raphael Lemkin comes in with his genocide convention, okay? Keep in mind that the norm at the time was that the state can do whatever it wants on its turf, so to speak. And Germany considered its colony part of its turf. Okay? And that was the thing that Lemkin wanted to change with his convention, genocide convention. Again, in the Nuremberg trials, no German was sentenced for killing German Jewish people. That was considered an internal affair of Germany. Okay. Okay.
To this day, there's a large part of the population of these settler states that wants to forget about and remain separate from the colonized population, and that likes law enforcement because maintaining that separation is a big part of its job. Such people have shown if they're exposed to enough right-wing media, they can be whipped into a frenzy of bloodlust. They can easily be encouraged to support a genocide. They just need to be told that entire groups of people have become intolerable vermin, and that it's time for a final...
I mean, it doesn't come with downside effects. As a result, very low intelligence, no critical thinking perk, and tendency to be all likable by... Why can't I be all likable? Why can't I have like thousands of viewers? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with my content? Write in the chat, okay?
solution. You might have to change the words, but seeing what they've been cheering on recently, you might not. They wouldn't see it as a bad thing, but as a cleansing, a renewal. The beginning of a time with no bad people, presumably. It's like this twisted dystopian fantasy. Remove, convert, or kill off this entire group, and also those other ones, and finally we'll be whole. No one will be able to break the law again. Everyone will think like me. Everyone will be the same. Gross. And these white settler colonies have a lot to answer for, but it's not just white people. It's the state. Many states would rather end a group of people completely than compromise with them. Look at Myanmar. It has lots of different people in it, and not all of them want to be a part of it. So they're in conflict with the state. At least we hear about the case of the Rohingya people, which has been called a genocide, but many more atrocities against other groups have been documented as well. Then there's Ethiopia. There's Sudan. There's the destruction of the Amazon, which necessarily means the destruction of the people of the Amazon. Why are native people all over the world under attack? Because the land they rely on and consider sacred is in the way of growth. The corporation has to keep expanding by law to consume more all the time. In practice, that means cutting down more trees, clearing more land, building more mines, producing more waste, and raising the temperature of the planet in the process. And it doesn't matter which political party is in office, if people are anywhere near valuable resources and they're not helping to extract them, they need to be removed, one way or another. Or maybe they don't have any resources, they're just sitting on beachfront property. To a state, you're either a worker, consumer, and taxpayer supporting the system, or you need to be punished until you behave like everyone else. If you keep fighting back, the state uses its full might to bring you down. The state might try to ruin your life just for peacefully protesting a genocide. The only way to truly prevent it would be to eliminate the state, to make it impossible for anyone to accumulate the power necessary to wipe out a whole group of people. Despite the constant threat of punishment, we should fight back. We should resist the state any way we can.
I mean, it's impossible to get rid of the state currently. Online success isn't based on merit or personality. It's mostly luck and gaming the system. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like there are people that are success... I don't know. I feel like there are people that have interesting and insightful things to say that deserve far more success than people like Hassan or even Vosh at this point. Destiny, you know, they're more intelligent, they're more interesting, they're more charismatic, dare I say, and they just don't get the same level of attention. And no, I'm not talking about myself. It's so disappointing. Sometimes I think about it and I'm very, very disappointed by the state of affairs. Like, that interview was embarrassing. That Hassan interview that I've just witnessed was embarrassing. And what am I supposed to do with that? I thought I'd do a nice segment of reacting to an interesting interview, because even if I have my problems with Hassan, the person he interviewed is interesting, in my opinion, and it could be a very insightful interview. But no, it's just it was a bunch of nothing. It was a bunch of filler, completely inane questions, and mind-numbingly boring. Of course, but they were at the right place at the right time. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there has to be something more, like, right? Destiny got big on gaming first. Hassan has an uncle running a media. Yeah, sure, but... Aww. Baby boy. Sure, but I don't know. For example, I'm not saying I'm an amazing streamer, that I'm an amazing personality with charisma and knowledge and whatever else, but how many people are here now to prove my point? 10, okay? And I don't mean to be mean, but Food Shops gets more viewers than me, okay? I get less viewers than Food Shops, for God's sake. Am I really, really that less interesting as a streamer than Food Shops? Is that what's happening? Am I really falling behind when it comes to being a good streamer? At Food Shops overtakes me. The person that, technically speaking, quit streaming for a bit. Keffels, who was apparently completely discredited, okay, came back and immediately probably has more viewers than me. You know? So I don't know. I honestly don't know if it's about my Polish accent, if it's about this fact that I speak very slowly, if it's about the fact that I'm not really saying anything interesting or of importance, but I average 10 viewers, 20 max when it's I don't know, when it gets going. I have no clue how to sort of remedy that state of affairs. I'm gonna like my own stream, by the way. This guy seems somewhat ungrateful for what the state provides to its citizens. I mean, depends on what's that type of state, but even the worst type of states provide things for its citizens to a degree, no? Like even the Nazi regime provided stuff for its citizens. Get good at gaming, Lucy. Where is that familiar Eastern European Polish Sigma grind set? I mean, I am grinding. I'm just saying, I'm just explaining my difficulties, okay? If I did not have the Sigma Eastern European grind set, then I would have quit, okay? I would have been like, okay, I've been having 10 viewers for a while now. I'm not sure it's working, bye, you know? But I've got the Sigma grind set of an Eastern European and just, you know, never quit. I never surrender, I never say give. One of my two best friends has a YouTube channel that's 700,000 subscribers, okay? I'm gonna show you in a moment. Let's finish this video.
More people resist, the more will join them. You don't have to make everyone else think and identify like you. Just show them wins are possible. Show them this channel. Tell them about the effects of the...
Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna show you my friend's channel. Okay. How many subscribers? 763,000 subscribers my friend's channel has, okay? She's my... I think I've known her for more than 20 years now. Like, she has a restaurant, and sometimes when people go to that restaurant, like, I visited her once at the restaurant, and two young women went inside the restaurant and were like, oh my God, I've watched you since I was a child, and now I'm an adult, and I still think your channel is great. And she would react by saying, oh, thank you very much. Now, would you like to sit down and I can take your order? That is such a surreal experience to watch my friend be waitress to fans who have been watching her on YouTube ever since they were kids and are like, oh, that is very nice that you're a fan of me. Now, please sit down, check the menu, and I'll be right there to take your order. You have to admit that it's a bit surreal, right? What was the newest video? Oh, all very short videos. 16,000, 10,000, 15,000. Wait, hold on. They haven't made a video since 11 months ago? Please don't compare yourself to food shops. I mean, she has more viewers than me. Who should I compare myself to?
O nie, skurczony sweter w praniu. Zdarzyło
Oh yeah, she has a Polish channel. She does her stuff in Polish. She does not do content in English. She does content in Polish. $13,000 views. Okay, so Vosh is Polish, right? Half Polish. He just recently entered his FU accelerationist arc. When will we see Lucy's Sigma grindset arc? You see it every day when I show up and stream, okay? That is my Sigma grindset arc, okay? I show up every single day and stream even though I've got work outside of that and my stomach hurts and I'm ill. I should be in bed recuperating with my dog. I should be in bed hugging my dog and getting better. But instead I'm on the Sigma grindset. My stomach hurts. I feel cold. I've got the shivers. You know? It's sad. Okay? Most successful streamers seem to have a moment which made them famous after having an interaction with another content creator. I mean, I've had interactions with content creators. Like, name me a content creator, name me any content creator, and I will tell you if I interacted with them, okay? Name me any content creator. Go. Name me one of those content creators that do politics in our space, quote unquote, as streamers say. Name me any streamers of this space, and I will tell you that I've okay, I'm not complaining about your content. I'm just asking questions. Oh, sorry, I didn't say you were complaining about my content, sorry. I came off a little bit bad. I'm just saying, I'm already on the Sigma grindset arc. You know? Sonic races the Flash. Oh my god. Yeah? I challenge you. I challenge you to name me a content creator and I'll tell you if I interacted with them or not. Destiny? No, I have not. I've never interacted with Destiny, but I have spoken to Vosh, yes. He spoke to me during the fundraiser for my mom, and that counts. Vosh raided me twice, by the way. Just so you know, I've been raided by Vosh twice. It was before Taxgate. Yes, that was before Taxgate. It was quite long before Taxgate, actually. It seems like Russia has violated its partial ceasefire already 29 times, which is, I want to say it's wild, but actually it's typical Russian style, so I'm not even gonna say that it's shocking to me. Forge doesn't really interact with other creators much after the taxes folder. True. So any other creators you can name? I'll tell you if I've interacted with them. I've interacted with most of them actually, at some point. I'm sure if I looked through my channel, I could show you who I've interacted with. I've interacted with Lonerbox, debated him twice. people thought I was nice, which did not really result in... Okay, it did result in some people starting to watch me. So, from Loner Box's audience, I will say, I think some people did come to this stream from Loner Box. I've even spoken to Keffals. I'm not sure if you're aware. This is not well-known lore knowledge. This is secret info that I've actually spoken to Keffals for a bit before it was cut short. I don't even know. Have you interacted with Nicolas J. Fuentes? Seems like very interesting alt-right content creator. True. As a Polish Jewish person, I definitely should eat waffles with Fuentes. You need a heated argument with someone people hate. I used to be in Keffals' side. Oh, have you seen me talk with Keffals? Have you seen me talk to Keffals? I don't have heated arguments. That's the thing. I don't really have heated arguments. I just have discussions. I guess that makes me boring. That makes me a boring creator. That makes me a super boring creator. Yeah. Do you want me to tell you the story of how I've spoken to Keffals? Do you want to know the story of my short interaction with Keffals? I can tell you if you're interested. But only if you're interested. At least you're not fake. I don't know. At this point, I don't even know if it's a plus or a minus not being fake, you know? So basically, that was before Keffals went on a rehab, I think, or something. And she was arguing with Tankies or something. And she said, yeah, if anybody wants to talk to me, DM me or something, and I'll let you call in. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, all right, I'll DM, I'll call in. Feels like a good opportunity to sort of call in, right? And so I called in. And at the time I made this AI video, I made 3 AI videos because someone wrote prompts for a video to some AI chat, you know? And let's just say that the AI heavily criticized Keffals, heavily criticized Vosh, but actually praised Demon Mama. That's an interesting fact. And Keffals started the conversation by saying, oh, so you've made a video about me or something, and didn't realize that it was an AI thing that I read out, you know, in jest as a funny thing. Because I thought it was funny because the AI basically wrote a scenario full of, like a horoscope, okay? It basically wrote about Vosh, Keffals, and Demon Mama in a horoscope way, that it wrote a bunch of things that you can insert any sort of meaning you want to it, you know? Just a bunch of vague nothing statements that you can just, oh, this is so me. Oh, this is so true. Oh, that is such a true thing about this or that. Do you know what I mean? And so we started talking. I explained the AI thing to her. We talked a little bit in a friendly manner, just a little bit. And then she said, oh, I actually expected this not to be a friendly conversation. So that actually threw me off a bit. So I guess we should finish now and maybe talk someday in the future again. Okay? She said that she didn't expect the thing not to be antagonistic, so it threw her off and said to end the conversation. And that was it. That was my short conversation with Keffels. The ending to the conversation was a little bit awkward. It did become a little bit awkward when she was like, yeah, that's not what I expected. Let's end it here. I was like, oh, okay. You know? And that is it. The video only exists on her end. And it was made, I think only supporters could access that VOD. So I have no way of showing you, but I'm not sure what to think of her now. She's reappeared but has completely closed herself off from others. Kind of, I guess. She streams again, sort of. Talks about being held at gunpoint and the trauma of it, which just makes me think that I should have, oh God, I should have. I was held by at machine gun point, okay? And I never got nice, you know, support from people for it. I should have taken advantage of that more, okay? I'm naive. I'm silly. I should be talking about how horrible that was for me. Even though, technically speaking, it really wasn't, but... yeah, those were wild times. There was a roller coaster for us in her Discord. Yeah? Wow. The Discord is sort of operational again. Oh yeah, I can just kill them all. So that's the story. What do you think? I even spoke to Xanderhall, by the way. Did you know that I spoke to Xanderhall? It became active, but some longtime members were kicked recently and people were like, oh, why? Why were they kicked? Can we keep watching the Vivian interview? Like the Hassan one? But it's not interesting. I mean, I guess we can, but I don't like it one bit. Let's give it another shot. Let's give it a shot, I guess. And then we'll go through the news. This is this. It's an interaction. Did you know that I had an interaction with Xanderhall?
He tried to post a photo with a lady on his
Okay,
on
we're
his
skipping
profile
this.
recently, and he made it seem as though he was like in a relationship with this woman, and the woman.
Okay, whatever.
No. Oh, people keep asking this. How much would you say?
Oh yeah, maybe the
Elon
Grams
Musk works
video.
every day.
Fucking God. Look, I don't know.
Tweeting does not count.
Hello, banana brains.
Also, wait, hold on.
Okay, enough. Let's try this Grams video. This is the work of multiple people.
One of the leading thought lords of the reactionary right wing is more of a freak than you, I, we,
Freak.
anyone could actually imagine. This
Oh,
includes the
God.
receipts. This is all grounded in facts. This is all quite legally safe for me to talk about. This is all public
Oh, wow.
record. I'm getting this out of the way quickly
Freak.
because I know the person I'm going to be talking about is the kind of person to scream that he's being doxxed, cancelled, and threaten lawyers. This all started from a historic data breach, which isn't actually like quite a safe way to get into this, but when I corroborated it with other sources, I found out that this was just sitting out in the open for anyone to find who knew exactly where to look for a name, a registered company, and then you start pulling on a string and pulling on another string and another string, and you
Okay. 6 minutes, yeah?
good. This video will be going up in places
Okay.
other than YouTube. I am under no illusions that you're not going to try and get this taken down through some kind of spurious DMCA claim or something similar. The internet will never forget. It will be elsewhere. It will be publicly disseminated. People will know. I've also consulted with a lawyer. We're good.
Oh my god, what a long
Why
intro.
don't I just get to the point? instead
Yes,
of being-
please.
Now I have to sit back because Mark Kern, aka Grums, has been coasting on the success of his one or two actual highlights of his career. The rest is a sad tale of an old man desperate.
He really talks a lot about Dungeons and Dragons, by the way. He talked about this whole, oh my god. Yeah, I know Grums. I know of his wild Twitter opinions.
For relevance. He's worked as an associate producer on StarCraft, the producer on Diablo 2, and was a team lead in World of Warcraft. I'm not going to dispute or deny the fact that he worked on these titles. That's documented. He's in the credits. I find it fascinating that he's barely ever mentioned by former co-workers in a positive light, and that's fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating to think about. Since leaving Blizzard, he has been coasting on that success and to build clout in the reactionary online space, joining Gamergate 1 before leaving because he was too transphobic at the time. He continued coasting off the back of this and used the petition to bring classic WoW back and use that to leverage it into even more clout. That's another one of his big career highlights. He organizes harassment campaigns against developers that he thinks are doing things a little too wokely, and by a little too wokely, I mean doing it while being too much of a woman or being maybe too brown for his tastes.
Too much of
I
a
keep saying
woman.
He's coasting, and he's fucking coasting. Our boy Mark Edward Kern.
He said that this book, anniversary book, this encyclopedia of Dungeons and Dragons, which is pretty cool, by the way. I saw it, it looks pretty cool. That it tries to erase the creators of Dungeons and Dragons, which is completely not true. Like, it was very pathetic. He did a whole thing on
It's
it.
been nothing but a failure since leaving Blizzard Entertainment in 2005, reduced to tweeting 100 times a day that Assassin's Creed Shadows is too woke because they've taken a historical figure and embellished certain portions of their life in a game that's never been about historical accuracy to begin with. He keeps saying that he's winning the war on the woke mind virus, and this is the year that we will actually defeat wokeness in video games. All the while, he's just beating his meat over Eve from Stellar Blade. He's never actually played Stellar Blade, by the way. Before you try and chime in about Assassin's Creed, by the way, your parents don't love you. It's a genuinely fun...
What a sad person. What is the most pathetic thing in this whole wokeness in games is that wokeness in games is basically when you have any person of color, when you have any LGBT at all in a game. You know, if you have a gay person in a game, it's just politically motivated. No matter how you present it in a game, no matter how it's introduced, no matter what it is, it's always politically motivated. Who beat the meat? Lucy? Oh, I'm not gonna tell you that. Have to know each other better for me to answer that question. You didn't even go to the Gunnar part. I've already answered this question. Buy me dinner, at least. Jesus. Gosh.
An interesting fact that since leaving Blizzard, Mark Kern has never released a successful game. In 2005, he co-founded a studio called Red 5. with 3 other former Blizzard employees. He played a significant role in that development and was made CEO in 2008. If you know anything about Mark, if you've heard of like a little bit of him before, you will
I've heard.
understand that he has allegations of overspending.
I have heard.
The Firefall. You've heard of the Firefall bus? That was made by West Coast Customs. You know what West Coast Customs is, you've been online. That shit cost $3 million. He purchased not 1, not 2, but 3 Red Epic Dragons for his Red 5 Studios. This is a video production arm that's completely unnecessary for a video game developer. And my rough calculation is that including inflation, that is 40 to 50 grand per camera in modern day money. 150 grand on cameras that are not fucking needed. You don't need to shoot 4K footage in 2013 to document your video game. Red 5 employees described Mark Kern as being prone to extended absences and having erratic, impulsive, and very disruptive leadership styles.
Well,
Anyway, Firefall was an absolute flop because Mark Kern doesn't actually know how to make games at all. I don't think it's particularly controversial to hold the opinion that World of Warcraft succeeded despite this guy and all the time he
Despite this guy.
side projects. Again, I have receipts for this. Anyway, in 2013, Mark was removed as CEO from Red 5 by the board of directors of the company. Let's start the scamming people out of their money counter, shall we? Kern founded the studio MEK Entertainment in 2014. He raised $1 million in seed funding for an Oculus Rift MMO. Guess what happened? You've got 3 attempts. Correct, he ran with the money. The game never existed. You know what did exist is a tax bill from the state of California for over $250,000 for 3 years that he never paid his taxes. And now there's a publicly viewable lien against him for this. This didn't stop him from founding another company called Crixa Labs. He's not the owner on paper though. That's actually a completely different family member, which I will get to. Mark, the little pervert foot soldier of his that's watching this. This is all publicly accessible.
What a scammer.
From the Secretary
Interesting.
of State of California. This is all part of the Chamber of Commerce. This is all public register that will be...
I only knew about his anti-woke, anti-wokeness crusade on Twitter. I didn't know about his weird money laundering schemes.
Kept on file until long after you were dust. Anyway, with Crixa Lab now up and running, he obviously got the itch again, and in 2016, he started crowdfunding a game called Ember, a spiritual successor to Firefall. He can't let that one go. That is his baby. He did an interview with a YouTuber in 2024 claiming about 600K has been raised so far for Ember. Guess where that shit is? It's DOA. There's no meaningful updates for any actual length of time. It's very haphazard. It's very obvious that he's neglecting this for his Twitter rants. It's a
Twitter rants? Yeah, I only know him for the Twitter rants.
Down this absurd little culture war path. I'm not going to.
I don't know of him for anything else.
Hours explaining what an awful game this is. There's other YouTubers that have. It's on the screen, just look at it. Our boy is planning to fundraise more, and he's calling this just a vertical slice, and he wants to do a Kickstarter one day. I've seen more coherent games out of weekend-long game jams. It's not slanderous, libelous, or any other kind of word to say that this man, Mark Edward Kern, head developer of Crixa Labs, is basically scamming people out of their money. It took him months to texture 3 models and give them each 3 frames of attack animation. There is no meaningful work being done on this game outside of reposting old AI-generated art, old commissioned art, and reposting old models that he had made 10 years ago. This man, all he does is log into the Discord, post, "This will be a great year for Ember," log off, start posting on Twitter while he deletes his old website and removes the ability to unsubscribe to long-suffering backers. There are people in there who are afraid that they're going to die before this game comes out, and they're desperate for just the taste of Firefall once again. And all he does is ignore them. You might be wondering if this guy doesn't work on his game and all he does is post. Again, it took him 6 months to texture a fucking model. What does he do? And he had
what does he do?
Ventures, and he had them for a very long time. What I have in my hands is, it's probably the most complete biography of Mark Edward Kern, aka Grums, that you're ever going to get. So, Mark isn't 100% into the game dev and culture war life. No, he has other side projects. There's objective proof of companies he has registered and deregistered websites.
Wait, so what are his side projects?
From people for these other projects under other names, but it all comes back to him. Once again, this is publicly accessible information. When he found out people were looking for this, he's deleted the LinkedIn, Instagram, DeviantArt, Clips for Sale, Twitter account.
Jesus.
Every public-facing piece of information that we can find has now been deleted. While you, Mark Edward Kern, were beating your meat raw over anime children's navels.
What?
Finding out more about you than anyone should. Draw your blade, pervert.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what I'm calling the Guna Nomicon. Now, this isn't a magic book full of spells that you can only cast one-handed.
What?
This is a documentation of Mark Edward Kern, the first in a series of some of the worst onanists, some of the worst masturbators in the gaming sphere, who are trying to mold and manipulate
The
gaming
worst
culture to
what? Masturbators? What the hell? What's happening? Oh my god. I only knew him from the weird anti-woke rants about Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, but not one of the worst masturbators in the gaming industry? One of the worst masturbators? Oh my god. Oh, we're in for a ride, aren't we? What have I been given to watch?
Turned to a time when they were 12 years old and all they had in life to look forward to
Masturbators.
was extra cheese sticks and a woman in a bikini. It will become pretty obvious that these men just think with their erections. People forget that hating is an inherently valuable form of critical thinking. I have learned tens of thousands of facts via hating. If you are truly hating, you will take all the time you need to learn everything about the subject you are hating on just to hate better, deeper, efficiently.
Wait, hold on. Is that an actual quote from the guy? This cannot be an actual quote from the guy.
Effectively. This is a law of nature. This is a law of hating. The only thing that stopped this from coming out earlier is no one has been motivated enough to pay a data aggregator $11, and there are multiple data aggregators that have this information just sitting out there in the open. The story here is that Grums is a man who has aggressively pursued his personal interests at great cost to his family and his career. The biggest crime here is that anime babes with huge bazongas are his main interest. Actually, no, that's not the biggest crime, it's tax fraud. We'll get there. All of these points are archived in the description with source links. In 1968, Grums comes into the world. Mark Edward Kern. He is a former video game executive. 1992, he gets his bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the University of Rochester. He eventually gets his doctorate from Boston University School of Law with a specialization in IP. He goes on to found Qualia Games in Boston, developing a top-down 2D shooter called Crixer. This is with Blizzard's backing, and he loves the name Crixer. Crixer is eventually cancelled by Blizzard, they do pull the funding, and Qualia shuts down. There's not enough money to pay the payroll. Blizzard used this as a way to get some talent, and Mark is unfortunately the only one to take them up on that offer. He eventually moves on to a role at Blizzard. He serves as an associate producer for StarCraft, works on StarCraft 64 and Diablo 2 as a producer. He's in the credits. I'm not going to dispute the fact that he worked on these games. This is part of his career. March 27th, 2001, FoxyFighter.com is purchased by Mark Kern.
What?
Ignore the country of France. That is where Gandhi SAS is located. They're a French company. But Mark Kern is the registrant. Now, Mark Kern isn't a unique name, but there's later information that basically proves that this is him. Now, what is FoxyFighter.com?
What is
Put
it?
it as simply as possible, FoxyFighter.com is sexy catfight hentai. It is a website run by a persona called Debbie Chan, but Debbie Chan is Mark. And that's underselling it. He has, over the course of 20 plus years, collected a variety of live-action catfights, drawn hentai catfights, quite a bit of like run-of-the-mill porn. However, there are multiple
Catfights?
stories where his persona, Debbie, violently sexually abuses women. It's been scrubbed at this point. As soon as Grums got a sniff that people were investigating this, he ripped down as much as he could. Unfortunately, we archived most of it. The email addresses that we found share passwords when searching a Pwn database, which is a database of dumped passwords and email addresses. We found a Foxy Fighter email sharing the same password as Mark Kern's email. Fascinating, huh? We also found this one. I'm just leaving that out there. Moving on. July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture of foxyfighters.com. On February 28, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the third Seeking Femfights story competition, so he is actively making this stuff. On March 24, 2003, we get RussianCatfights.com. This is another site owned by Mark. He confirms it on a Twitter post. March 22nd, 2004, we get an archive of Latina Catfights. This is also owned by Mark.
What
June
the hell?
28, 2004, access to Foxy Fighter goes for about $10 a month. Posts are stories and drawn artwork. November 13, 2004, World of Warcraft releases. This is effectively the pinnacle of Mark's career. He's credited as team lead. He says he works on drafting the TOS and EULA and does licensing with China. He leaves Blizzard shortly afterwards. He says he's going to go and be with some family. So I don't blame him. Like, that was a very hard process, even if he was apparently a bit of a shithead. Look, no one's spoken about him in a good light at Blizzard, really. Like, not in a way that I think a team lead should.
Can we see some screenshots or gameplay footage? I don't think so.
In this role, very shortly afterwards, him and a few other Blizzard employees found Red 5 Studios. So he obviously had a couple of friends who wanted to work with him, but he's not really mentioned in a lot of these retrospective books. It's real fascinating. June 15th, 2005, Russian
Persona
Catfights.com
non
was
grata.
closed due to changes in US law. And on August 18th, 2005, LatinaCatfights.com is closed to the same changes. So I don't want to point out that this is anything egregiously sinister.
I want to know what the change in law.
In the porn industry to have verified records of the performers. Before this law, those records were not kept. Blizzard in 2008 had some problems. People
Oh
were stealing
yeah, breast milk
from
stealing. I
players.
remember
This is
that.
attributed to Mark. People call him the breast milk.
Really?
Bandit. He wasn't working there at the time, and he's not the breast milk bandit.
Okay, okay.
It's funny to think he is. Please keep doing it.
Please
It's
keep
very
doing
funny.
it.
But we found dozens of breast milk photos on foxyfighter.com.
Oh
So
my
smoke
God.
is fire, huh, Mark? October 17th, 2008. As forum admin on freecatfights.com, Debbie recommends a Japanese
What a-
breast milking series to another forum member and reveals that he
What a wacky guy. I only knew the tip of the iceberg about this dude from one topic about Dungeons and Dragons.
LatinaCatfights.com. Now, you might notice that this is forum admin with a Batman avatar. This was scrubbed about a day ago. This is him. April 23rd, 2009, Red 5 lays off 30 people. Reports of a studio purchase emerge. March 10th, 2010, that studio purchase comes through. A company called The Nine announces acquisition of Red 5 Studios, and Grums becomes CEO. May 19th, 2010, Grums buys a Leica S2 and a 70mm lens from OC Camera. Now, I bring this up because we match metadata from some of the live action photos on Foxy Fighter to this exact camera and lens types that we know he owns. September 3rd, 2010, Red 5 announces Firefall at PAX. September 20th, 2011, he goes and advertises foxyfighter.com and freecatfights.com on r/comments.
Foxy
Probably not the best
Fighters.
place to do it, but doesn't even get a single piece of engagement. That's kind of sad. Come on, man.
Even
You're
I get
posting on
engagement.
this, even I can admit that, but dog. March 7th, 2011, he asks for models to star in fighting videos, so he's starting to move into the live action space at this point. And March 21st, 2011, model Megan Renee posts, "I adore you, Mark," on his Model Mayhem profile. And that's his Model Mayhem profile,
Aww.
Studio Foxy Fighter. You see that little boxing glove image up the top right next to his profile? That one is an exact match to a camera lens I know he owns and a camera that he owns. Just a thought. October 5th, 2011, an IGN interview mentions Firefall will release soon. And he goes on to film a video of Randy Moore and Kimberly Jane. In January 18th, 2012, Red 5 skips E3 to protest SOPA. Mark is really big on hating SOPA, and he skips it and donates $50,000, which was their E3 fund, to found
Oh my God.
for gamers instead. League for Gamers is ostensibly a non-profit founded by Mark Kern. They style themselves as an advocacy group for video games, consumer-centric versus industry-focused. They represent the gamer. Red 5 paid this charity $50,000. He wired himself 50 grand from his slowly failing game studio, which I'm guessing is all that was left in the couch cushions at this point. Never logged the transaction with the state of California. This should be logged. It's not in the logs where we're checking. We can see other logs, but it's not there. He then waits for California to dissolve the non-profit, then started a for-profit Delaware Corp with the same name.
Huh.
That's bad. Why was this allowed? Is this all?
Remember, at this point, he's like 40. I'm 41, just so you know. I'm not sure if my viewers are aware how old I am. I'm an old person, okay?
Tax-wise, I'm sure the California AG would love to know about this and the rest of your tax dodges. June
God,
6, 2012,
what a guy.
Grums offers his opinion on the Leica S2 and Nikon D3S, mentions using them for the last 2 years. This is, again, just here as an aside, he used these cameras and 100% owned them. They are a match for Foxy Fighters content in the unscrubbed metadata.
Back then? How
July
old is he
4th,
now?
2013, you remember the Firefall bus? Well, that's shown at Anime Expo LA.
How old is he now?
July 9th, 2013, Firefall finally
60,
entered
70?
open beta. They
Oh
are
my
rapidly running out of
God.
money though, that's gonna become obvious.
Really?
December 19th, 2013, he gets removed as CEO. They vote him out. July 29th, 2014, Firefall finally releases. September 22nd, 2014, Mark is after his next venture. He has made MEK Entertainment, Mark Edward Kern Entertainment. It is in Aliso Viejo, which is where everything that he does is based. They are an indie game company looking to leverage the blockchain, maybe, 10 years too early for that hype, but I respect the forward-facing vision. MEKentertainment.com launches at this point. They are registered to MEK Entertainment Inc. However, looking at those business entries, it looks like he never actually registered it as a company called MEK Entertainment. The game from the seed funding never really materializes. He gets ousted from MEK Entertainment and they go on to make a game called Voxel Noughts, but Mark never really does anything
What
with his
game?
money, and we'll get to some allegations about that money later on. June 17th, 2015, Grums announces that he's joining Gamergate.
Of course.
He's mad. He's always mad. He's mad and he's horny. July 7th, 2015,
Mad and
DB
horny.
LLC is registered.
I'm joining
Kern's mother
Gamergate.
is
I'm
the
angry.
registered CEO. And imagine having your mother being the CEO of your porn company. Come on, man. Have some pride.
You're
August
having the
8th,
CEO of
2015,
your
MEK
porn
Entertainment changes
company.
to Retro Ronin Inc., which is a site about Voxel Noughts. No, Mark.
I
Mark is no
mean-
longer working for Retro Ronin. And on September 14th, 2015, Crixa Labs LLC is registered. This is the same address as DVChan LLC. Interesting.
I bet this guy rages on Twitter about family values and whatnot.
My question here is why? It seems legally sketchy to register two LLCs under your 80-year-old mum's name. My working theory is that this is a tax shelter and it allows him to report that he earns 0 or less than the personal income required to be taxable by law, and then he can report any additional earnings to his LLCs. He can then write taxes down by saying his revenue did not exceed his annual expenses. He can say his business spent more than they earned, not pay a dime on the money. This is classic tax fraud. Again, California AG would love to have this information. October 19th, 2015, Debbie floats the idea of creating an online cat fight game. Likely thing for Mark to do. November 2nd, 2015,
I know.
the Patreon for Foxy Fighters is launched. It maxes out at $57
Brave
a month, but
anti-woke
it's eventually
warrior.
paused in 2020. November 16th, 2015, Cameroon Wildebeest is a prolific artist working in the catfight scene. They've passed away. His hard drive is too damaged to recover, and a terabyte of catfight art is lost forever. November 20th, 2015, Mark's wife disappears from social media as far as we can tell at this point. Until then, she'd been quite a big cheerleader for him in the online space. So,
Oh.
just kind of putting it in here as a marker, really. December 9th, 2015, he leaves Gamergate after being kind of too transphobic. And
What?
he does drop a couple of F
Of
slurs,
course, he's a transphobe.
so good job.
Why am I even shocked.
No, sorry, he doesn't drop DF slurs. People on Kotaku and Action do, but they're mad that he's... Yeah, look, these people are all sad and need jobs. December 17th, 2015, Mark does interview
That's
to
him?
promote his free speech organization. He's still trying to keep League of Gamers going at this point, and Voxelnaut's Twitter comes out and alleges that Mark stole money from Voxelnaut. So that's where that money went from that seed funding. Jan 16th, 2016 on freecatfights.com, they've been filming fights with a Red Dragon camera. Now that's interesting. Are these the same Red Dragon cameras that Red 5 had in their studio?
Is that on
I
Steam?
raised this earlier in the video.
The Cat
They
Fighter
have
thing?
3 Red Dragon cameras in their possession worth $50,000 each. That's the whole rig. That's not just the brain. The brain's about 20. We have evidence that Mark was in possession of Red accessories at his personal lockup in California after he had left Red 5. Are they the cameras? Did he abscond with them, or did he purchase them with some of his pilfered MEK Entertainment money? I'm not alleging anything specific here, I am asking questions. What is fascinating is that he had access to these same cameras that Red did after he left Red 5. Remember that
If
tax
he
law
borrowed
discussion?
them.
It's at this point that Mark is hit with a lien for $265,133.88 for unpaid tax from the years 2011, 2012, and 2013. Excuse me for messing up the 2013 to 2015 on this slide, I'm not going to fix it. May 2nd, 2016, Debbie Chan posts on Twitter looking for models, promises good conditions and a full makeup and hair crew. May 25th, 2016, Kern goes to the Firefall subreddit telling people they should kill the game so that he can buy back the IP for cheap, which is kind of sad to me. It's still an active game at this point, but you're actively trying to kill it so you can buy and get it back because you're mad you got ousted. He can't let it go, can he? May 29th, 2016, he delivers a petition to restore vanilla World of Warcraft to Blizzard. This is kind of his other big claim to fame in modern day. And June 11th, 2016, the legal compliance page for FoxyFighter.com lists the mailing address for DB-Chan LLC as the same address that Crixa Labs is registered to. I've censored it here, but that is fascinating. You can't deny that DB-Chan, Foxy Fighters, that's Mark. It is Mark. June
That's so
27th,
pathetic, though.
2016, Make Ember, a spiritual successor to Firefall, is posted on change.org by Mark. That does hit 4,700 supporters, so, let's make Ember. He has camera equipment. He posts camera equipment to Flickr. Lenses here are a match to the photos shot for Foxy Fighters. And we see the red accessories I mentioned earlier. This is all in the same location, all shot on the same iPhone. Just the thought. August 29th, 2016, Ember, massive planetary wargame Indiegogo campaign is launched. $5,000 goal, raises 23 grand. September 14th, 2016, Ember Milestone 2 campaign is funded on Indiegogo. November 29th, 2016, puts his first adult video for sale. This is his account and it's linked on the Foxy Fighters site. This is him. This is what he is selling. Note, an anonymous user eventually replies,
What
is this a
happened?
Mark Kern?
What happened? Co się stało? What a sad individual, but thank you for this video. It shows me perspective that I've not had before.
Product. Deplorable. I
Deplorable.
want to know who this person was. What did they know? This is in 2017. Someone knew about this 8 years ago? How did they know? Anyway, July 3rd, 2017, MEK Entertainment is formally closed, and July 5th, Ember is funded for 170 grand. So that's 114,000 between both Indiegogo and PayPal donations. That's over 20k goal. Grum's promises a playable mock-up in 6 months. Kickstarter for a full game a month or two after that.
Alright.
Anyway, September 13th, 2017, Mark's mum issues a certificate of cancellation for DB-Chan LLC. So, see you, DB-Chan. Thanks for your service, Mark's mum. And on July 24th, 2018, Ember begins selling upgrades to M3 backers as a limited time offer until the Kickstarter later this year. May 20th, 2018, a child support motion is filed by the state of California.
Wow.
Mark and his wife had been separated for a while. He had referred to her as his ex-wife in the Ember Discord, but they had reconciled at this point, according to a Twitter post from him. But this is obvious proof that they did separate at one point. And do you think the reason she left is because she found out about the adult entertainment gig, or maybe she found out about the tax fraud?
Who
Just the
knows?
question. The timing makes sense with her leaving, him trying to go all in on the DB-Chan LLC, much to think about. So, March 1st, 2019, Debbie resurfaces. Like, this is when this was archived, but obviously the post was on January 3rd, 2019. They come back on freecatfights.com and ask if there's a demand for Foxy Fighters to come back. 7th of March, 2019. Well, Mark admits that his original 3D artist left, and he's had to teach himself how to do 3D modeling and build the main character of Ember. He's
that's the six. That's the 6 month thing.
Without any outside investors, and at this point, you should have realized it's a scam, team. So, no one is a full-time employee on Ember. This is a solo project. An MMO is a solo project. For him,
A
and
solo
come on,
project MMO.
team. Anyway, 28th of June 2019, Ember first playable is achieved. Gamers. Finally. 20th of August 2019, Foxy Fighter blog is offline. The DNS update needs to be required. Like, that's pretty simple, but this takes him a while. On the 5th of February 2021, Foxy Fighter is back online. Well done. Grums is kind of wanking around at this point. He claims that he's not working on the game due to family reasons, but he's still just kind of shitposting on Twitter. And on 2nd of August 2021, Debbie releases a story called The Date. So while he's meant to be working on his crowdfunded game, he's actually just
I'm unlocking Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, by the way.
And this is where that like violent sexual fantasy stuff comes in. 1st of December 2021, the Foxy Fighter URL lapses, a domain squatter grabs it for a hot minute. And 2022-2023, Grums continues to radicalize himself on Twitter.com. The rate of his posting rapidly increases as he tries to make himself one of the big culture warriors, and he's deleted a lot of that stuff now. A lot of his tweets aren't
He keeps tweeting, don't worry.
Past 2023, but his rate of tweeting has done nothing but increase even since then. 30th of Jan 2024, Debbie makes her last login on freecatfights.com. God bless. Foxy Fighter URL, still squatted. 26th of March 2024, Grums tweets, "Bring back Rumble Roses." This is relevant because that's also Debbie's favorite game. 25th of March 2025, we are made aware of the Foxy Fighters connection, and at this point, archival attempts begin. Twitter user Juniper makes contact with Grums for an interview request. He says yes. He is drunk at the time. He is drunk posting through it because he's mad that he got ratioed by Assassin's Creed.
No way.
And when he wakes up the next day, Grums blocks the hosts of Western Kabuki and begins to delete his past history as Foxy Fighting and Debbie-chan. It's Joba. Never been more Joba. So now what? This wasn't hard to find. We have archived all of it, so I'm going to be very careful with how I phrase the next things. The rest of it's all just been questions and statements of fact. Most of the previous portion, pure fact of record. Mark Kern is the owner of Foxy Fighters and has a pattern of consistently ignoring his day job to focus on it. He has a history of mismanaging money. He has potentially committed tax fraud that the California AG will be very interested in. He has consistently lied about progress on his games and has failed to make anything commercially successful since he was a team lead at Blizzard. It is my opinion that these games at Blizzard succeeded despite him rather than because of him. He does not know how to code, he does not know how to texture models, his animations are based on 2 keyframes with 3 other frames of animation. He will always have an excuse for his failure after failure after failure. This man is sad. If you keep funding him or supporting him, you are willingly throwing your weight behind someone who has deceived and defrauded thousands of people while trying to position himself as a savior of gaming. There are people in
savior
the
of gaming,
who have said they're afraid they are going to die before the game comes out. This is all for the purposes of lining his pocket and making some really bad pornographic material. And I feel sad for the guys that are about to die. They are just desperate to play this game. They want to play something that reminds them of when life was better, and he just ignores them.
Life was better.
Right now is to get engagement from Elon Musk. He is deep-throating that man so hard that his throat is going to recognize the veins. That's his
my
life
God.
now. He's not making a game. He keeps saying a Kickstarter is coming. This is a great year for Ember. It's not. He does not know how to make a game. His one hope is that Daddy Elon notices him and throws a few $1 million at him to hire people who actually know how to make a game. This man is a failed dev, a failed pornographer, a failed husband with a fragile mind, a
Damn.
fragile ego, and a fragile life.
So
That's
rough.
the timeline. And I'm not going to make value judgments over the rest of it. That's for you to decide. I have laid out the facts as I see them. It is my opinion, and I'm going to couch this as being my opinion. Mark Kern is a narcissistic loser who has a publicly stated fetish for lolicon navels and a hidden fetish for women catfighting. He has the ear, at least occasionally, of the richest and most powerful man in the world. What he gets out of this video is what he's going to get. People are going to know everything they need to know about him, and they can make decisions from there. Mark runs targeted harassment campaigns against devs that he deems as woke, and he buys his own likes on X.com when he gets ratioed by Assassin's Creed's community manager.
Really?
He has pilfered and absconded with at least $1.6 million.
Assassin's
of
Creed
funding
Shadows,
for one,
right?
But 2 failed games, and we have ample evidence that he's also absconded with extremely expensive video equipment to shoot his adult video side hustles. He is nothing if not a sad, lonely man
So
who is
pathetic.
desperate to leave a mark, any mark on the world, because he knows
Porno
his career as a
mark.
game dev is worth less than a cold turd on a hot dog bun. You now know everything about him. You know his business dealings.
Is there
his
a part
motivations
2?
for hustling people out of $1.6 million. He is, in my
Oh.
opinion, a pervert of the highest order who has taken advantage of the goodwill of his fans, taken advantage of their bubbling rage, and he has taken advantage of his own family. And I think more people should know and understand this. Have a nice day.
Pervert of the highest order. Oh my gosh. What other videos has this guy done? Oh, not many. Pervert of the highest order. What do you think? Have we learned anything of value about this individual? What a sad state of affairs. Rezi, 28 viewers. Who is this Rezi person? Oh, my GSD's very important dog schedule. A day in the life of my German Shepherd. Oh, look at this. Woo! Look at this. Looks like my German Shepherd. Oh. Aww. Oh, I have to hug him soon. After this, I'm gonna go hug him. Look at this. Aww. If you were here for a stream early, I showed a glimpse of my doggy. Aww. When life was better, quote unquote. I've played games since early 2000. I ain't remember any so-called times when naked milk mama's cat fight was popular. True. I don't remember that time either. Oh. Kind of looks like the German flag. I'm gonna go hug my dog, and then I'm gonna come back and do the news because it's time, okay? It's time for me to give you my opinions on the news, my all important. Hush. I thought he was outside, but he's here. Hush. chodź tu, chodź. Chodź, łobuzie. No chodź. No. No chodź. No co? Chodź. No co jest, łobuzie? O, baby boy. Geju, geju? Jesteś gejem? Jesteś gejem? Uuu. Seksowny królewiczu. Seksowny książę. Oj, zajdziesz w ciążę. Uj, dzidziu, 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 dzidziu. Seksowny książę, ty zajdziesz w ciążę. I wonder if Hug the Dodge. You want me to hug Dodge? Elon Musk's organization, Dodge. Wonder how many people if Lettuce was here, they'd understand. Seksowny książę, ty zajdziesz w ciążę. Maybe a Ukrainian person will understand what I just said. Seksowny książę, ty zajdziesz w ciążę. Did you get any of that? Did you understand what I just said? Oh my gosh. Whew. I'm understanding right now. Yeah? What did I say? Translated for the class. Goo. At least I didn't call him a hobo this time, right? I tend to call him a hobo though. He likes it a lot. I'm speaking Polish to him. Okay? Are you speaking? Oh. Do you know what the lineup is for the rest of the show? Trying to figure out who to try to get to radio. Yes, the lineup for the rest of the show is I'm gonna talk about news about Ukraine, and I'm gonna talk about how, yeah. I'm very ill and I've been very busy with very big tasks, so I've actually not super prepared, okay? I'm sorry to say. I am badly underprepared. That's not Polish, that's Satanic Chants, like that dude from Canada running for PM. Oh, come on, Glitchmaster. Also, why are you in the YouTube chat instead of being in the glorious side chat? There's so many white people in the side chat as well today. Like, it makes me sad. There was one more video that I wanted to view. Like, I could have sworn there was one more video. God, there was one more video. Oh, wasn't there? There was something that I really wanted to watch. What if Poland Lithuania was restored in 1863, rewriting? No, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. It depresses me too much. Okay, we're gonna go to the news. Let's go to my favorite page, TVP World. We're gonna rant. News. Alleged Russian propaganda agent arrested in Poland after joint operation with Ukraine. Ooh, look at those Russian agents being caught and arrested and executed. I mean, I don't know if he was executed, but you know the drill. I'm at work. Listen in the background. Oh, thank you very much. Late worker. You work late at night. I'm an archer that uses a bag as a weapon. How weird is that? The answer is that it's very weird. Rosyjska Federacja. Germany launches permanent troop deployment to Lithuania, its first since World War II. A fourth US soldier found dead in Lithuania after training accident in swamp. Did you know about this story? Did you know that 4 US soldiers died in the US in very mysterious circumstances? Show of hands. Who knew this was happening? We're gonna be doing a little bit of a conversation about it. So I need to know if anybody here is aware that there was special training in Lithuania, I believe near the Belarusian border, and 4 US soldiers died during this training. They went missing and their bodies have been found. Did you know about this? You don't know about this? Nobody knows about this? Come on, nobody's interested? Isn't that a big deal? That 4 American soldiers died on Lithuanian soil? Like, I thought more people would be talking about it, honestly, when I heard about it. Hello, Incub. Oh, you knew about it? I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, Incub. Have you been on this stream? Have you been watching this stream before? Critical support to United States military training programs for their efforts to combat American imperialism abroad in this action. Yeah, it's an old story, Lucy. For the Marines, and even Trump doesn't care. It's not an old story. Like, the 4th body was just discovered. Yeah, Russian made fun of it, and yes, I watch the stream on the side usually, but I'm cooking and on mobile YouTube it is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like, how can it be old news if the body has just been discovered now? Like, I cannot believe. People's attention span, I swear to God. Math skill. We're gonna bunk you. Oh, I cannot. I cannot use the high ground. Look at this. A 4th US soldier has been found dead after a week-long search in a swamp at a training ground in eastern Lithuania. Officials from both countries confirmed. So yeah, it's not old news, okay? It's very, very new news. And I, for one, cannot find information what led to the US soldier's death, who was responsible or what was responsible. So this whole thing, from my perspective, is still pretty mysterious, okay? Especially suspicious since it happened apparently near the Belarusian border, which just makes me wonder if there was not any special help when it came to the demise of these soldiers, okay? I can agree that Trump does not care, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a pretty big deal. The 4 soldiers deployed to Lithuania as part of Operation Atlantic Resolve disappeared last Tuesday when their vehicle crashed into a deep swamp and sank. Okay? I, for one, want to know what happened. What caused the ship, the vehicle to crash? What happened? Like, is there any explanation? Is there even any speculation as to what happened? Any at all by the media? Like, 4 soldiers don't just randomly die. It's just, that does not happen, right? It's not a normal occurrence for 4 soldiers to just die during training. They were probably drunk driving, not even gonna lie. This is a common thing for the US. It's a common thing for the US for 4 soldiers to just die during training? I was not aware. I was not made aware of that. That is just a normal occurrence. That's wild. Because mainstream media sucks, Lucy. That's why this story was underreported. I know. Apparently, mainstream media in the US underreport everything. Like, Ukraine is reported for like a minute or something on the mainstream news. Nobody knows nothing, okay? Nobody in the US knows nothing about the war. Usually drunk driving, not necessarily in training, also in the normal military. A friend of mine was in the army and they had a couple of deaths during boot camp, mainly from heat stroke. Oh. I still want an explanation here. Like we are speculating now, but I want to know what happened. You know? I'm not sure if it's best practice to just say, oh, they were probably drunk, you know, and leave it at that. I actually do want to know what happened. Does that make sense? Am I being too nosy? I'm being nosy, aren't I? They're probably testing their new portable swamp gun. What could it be? Belarusian sabotage? I mean, it could be. I'm not sure if it's out of the realm of possibility. I'm definitely interested in what happened, but it's probably something benign from incompetence rather than like Russian spies. I don't know. I just don't. I want any explanation, and I'm not seeing any so far. 3 other soldiers were found dead on Monday after rescuers recovered their M88 Hercules armored vehicle in a military training area near the border with Belarus. The identity of the soldiers assigned to the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division has not yet been released, pending family notification. U.S. Army Europe and Africa Commander General Christopher Donahue offered condolences to families and friends of the fallen soldiers and thanked Lithuania and other allies for their support. This is a tragic event, but it reinforces what it means to have allies and friends, he said. I mean, does it? The United States is just working hard now to throw away all of its alliances and friendships, especially with Europe, with the tariffs, with abandoning Ukraine. I'm not sure if it's the right time for representatives of the US to be talking about alliances and friendships. Lithuanian President Gitanas Nauseda also offered condolences. We have carried out the search operation tirelessly, feeling a great commitment to our American friends who are our staunch allies. I feel like Europe is still in denial about the fact that the United States actually is not the staunch ally that many countries believe. I don't know, Lucy. Also, I don't want to make fun of it, but it seems like 4 US soldiers killed themselves to make Trump administration look bad is exactly how all this story is going to be reported. I mean, it is possible that some will spin it that way. Especially with Canada, yeah. It's just insane. The United States is throwing away all of what it's been building, but I mean, we're gonna talk about it, I think. I believe we're going to be talking about it. US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth also offered condolences. Okay, I want some details on the story. Like, so far I know 4 soldiers died in Lithuania. Their bodies have been found. They've been in a armored vehicle. No more details whatsoever. Like, don't we deserve any more details? What happened? What caused their death? Etc. Don't we get to learn these details? Isn't that kind of important? It feels kind of important to me. But it feels like nobody cares to report on it. It's like, oh yeah, they were there, they died, condolences, and that's it. Like, shouldn't there be a more robust report? Well, the death of Pat Philman was almost certainly a cover-up for murder, so it could be a cover-up. The US military has a significant presence in Central and Eastern Europe, including the Baltic states. Okay, so that's it? It's just they were there, they died, and nobody cares how and why it happened? Really? We might have to wait for an autopsy, I guess, but 3 of them have been found before. The 4th body has been found just now. So it just makes no sense to me. It makes, like... I am very confused by this story, but I still felt like it's worth talking about it. Do you feel like it was worth talking about? It just feels like this happened. US soldiers that just died on foreign soil and nobody cared to even report on it. Nobody cared to even mention it on their streams. Isn't that wild? Yeah, kind of wild. The nature of trading operation could mean it's classified, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like all the foreign affairs streamers would be at least mentioning it, you know? I don't know. It feels like I feel like something at least worth mentioning, okay? I guess I'm gonna leave it at that. Like, I know that it's a short segment by default, considering that we don't know, we have zero information basically on this, but come on, at least a little mention that this has happened. And I think Jake Bro did, but I'm not 100% sure. Did Dylan talk about it? I don't know. It doesn't feel like I don't know. Like it just came and went, and nobody's like. I think I've only read about it in the Polish media, which is even more bizarre. Swamp eating people. But I'm not sure if Dylan Burns has talked about it actually. He talks about foreign affairs, so you'd think he would talk about it, especially since in Eastern Europe, his area of expertise. But it's okay. It's okay. The niche little streamer called Lucy Haze is here to fill that gap. How far is the swamp from Lucy's house? Far away, considering that the swamp is in Lithuania and I'm in Poland. Okay, Lithuania and Poland are not part of the same country anymore. That's been that was a long time ago. Latest stories from the Trump administration that I've heard, Lucy, is how much of the alcoholic Pete. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be talking about, oh my god, Elon Musk. Elon Musk basically doing a whole thing. Oh, I have to go to my Twitter. So many wild things are happening. You would not believe. I personally cannot believe. I'm in negative shock. Not many care about US troops, not even Americans, which is weird. True. I don't know. I don't know. It just feels weird. Let's see. Let's see how long this segment will be for me. I have to do some political segments. Let me refresh YouTube. Let me see. How long have I been talking about this fascinating thing? Crazy little thing called love. Oh no, I've been talking about it for a solid 16 minutes or whatever. Okay, that's a segment. Wow, I'm so proud of myself. I still got the touch. I've got the power, I think. I've got the power of a solid political commentator, streamer. This is why we've... wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We've been going for almost 3 hours. So I think it's time for my little promo that if you like what I do, if you like my insight and commentary, 16, not 60, 16, okay? Definitely not 60. If you like my commentary, if you like my insight, then consider donating and subscribing. Okay? We're all gonna have a nice time together. Like a family. Hello, Convenient Estelle. I feel like there's a debate brewing. I feel like we're going to be debating by the end of this stream. I feel like we're going to be debating hard. Access denied. That's true, Estelle is here. As the 15th viewer. How very convenient. True. So yes. About what? I mean, we'll see. Our debates are very often emergent. There's nothing planned, but usually they just emerge out of the ether. Spontaneously. They're real, natural and real, as opposed to the fabricated and forced debates. They bloom like flowers on the field. Debate on China. Oh yeah, China. Speaking of China, oh my gosh. I don't even know where to begin with things. Okay, we're gonna finish this level. I'm gonna fully focus on politics because there are a few topics that I have to cover before finishing stream and getting to work outside of stream. Also, I have to prepare some stuff. That's right. And I will have to walk the dog at some point as well. There you go. The Lancer is a very strong job. I wasn't expecting the Chinese century to start now. Oh, there were many things that we were not expecting, and yet here we are. Seems like what you ate passed well, I'm glad. That's true. I've not had to go to the toilet and throw up. So that's good, thank you. Seems like we're in the clear. For now. Estelle, this is April Fool's Day. The sky's the limit. Oh, I actually forgot. I actually forgot that it was April Fool's. Well, not for us, but I think it's still April Fool's for Americans. I totally forgot about April Fool's and I did not do any fooling around on April Fool's. I should have done some cool prank like I'm pregnant with twins and speculated who the father is. That would have been the best. Pregnant, yeah. I'm gonna let the chat guess who impregnated me. Write in the chat, who do you think impregnated me? How's that for April Fools? There you go, Malaki. Destiny impregnated me. Well, well, well. Any other guesses as to who impregnated me? Lucy is a white woman. She is a dog. So, oh my god. Okay. So I guess we have two guesses. Destiny impregnated me, or my dog impregnated me. Vosh, but I think you're too old and not a horse. Okay, so it's so far it's Destiny, my dog, and maybe Vosh, but I'm too old and not a horse. Trump impregnated me? That Trump impregnated me? Wanna spread the rumor that Trump impregnated me? Bruh. Elon Musk impregnated you in vitro. In a Tesla supercar. Damn. Now we're really doing the April Fools. Okay, once I finish this level, we have to get to serious politics because this is getting out of hand. Okay? If I tell you, will you promise not to insult them? Yes. If you tell me what? You impregnated yourself? Oh, that would be interesting. JD Vance didn't see you were on the couch. What does that mean? Ancient aliens. Lettuce, please consider subscribing. Like, let's get rid of some of the white names. Please. My other guess is that it was the American soldier. What? Oh my god, that is so horrible. Lucy's name is White? I don't think my name is White. My state, reptile, is New Mexico. Whoopty lizard. Oh. Thank you for giving the tier 1. Last one because I'm super poor. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have to unlock the bank account. I'm not a lizard. Okay, we almost won. We won FF Tactics. See, haven't we done a nice April Fools? By me saying that I'm pregnant and you speculating who impregnated me? Wasn't that a super real April Fools? We're supposed to see the game? Do you mean you don't? So embarrassing. I thought you were seeing it all this time. Oh my gosh. How embarrassing. Oh well. It's okay. This was the real April Fools. True. Careful's got you pregnant. Oh my gosh. Is this why she's back? To take custody of the child? I don't think she can. Oh wow, okay. Bigotry of low expectations, I see. That is what we call the bigotry of low expectations. She needs money for child support. I should debate Estelle about her bigotry of low expectations towards Keffels. I don't think she can. Wow. I think she can do anything that she puts her mind to it. But you don't seem to believe it. You don't seem to believe that she can. It's a very negative attitude. Can, maybe, should, no, too late. That ship has sailed. That ship has long sailed, and it was a very fast steam ship. Okay, we're gonna save the game, which you were supposed to see all this time. And now I'm gonna turn it off, which is very weird because you were supposed to see it all this time. And yeah. That was my bad, I guess. Whoops. Okay, we're going to the news, okay? We don't have time for silly willy-dallying, okay? We don't have time for silly antics. I have to do the thing and do the news. I have to talk about horrible Twitter stuff. Let me see. Let me see something on Twitter. X. It's X now. I think I got logged out of the X thing. Okay, whatever. I don't have access to Twitter right now, so unfortunately, any cool things. Only good news are the rumors in Final Fantasy Tactics bars. You didn't see me starting to unlock the quest to unlock Cloud. Which is wild. I just realized that I started unlocking Cloud in Final Fantasy Tactics and it was off screen. Apparently Elon is selling X to XAI, his other company. What? So Elon Musk is apparently very angry. He got really angry when talking about Ukraine, something, licking the boots of Trump, talking how God, I have to look it up because it's really silly and I really wanted. JD Vance basically tweeted out that there was some judge mess up during Joe Biden's administration in 2019, forgetting that it was still Trump's first term. And then he edited the message, his own goof up. JD Vance Twitter. JD Vance keeps posting some really stupid stuff on Twitter. Christian husband, dad, vice president of the United States. Our border Try Nambi's number factory. JD Vance was a Marine. They're known for being super smart. True. Especially space Marines with 2 hearts, etc. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, opened up the border by design. Now real people are suffering as opposed to what? Fake people from... wait, real people are suffering as opposed to the fake people? What is this? What does that even mean? No real people are suffering. Are there fake people involved somehow? We're gonna do our little Twitter tour. That's gonna be a segment. Twitter browsing. I haven't even thought about making that sort of thing a segment, but here we are. Here we go. Our border czar camera. What does that even... I've never seen the word written like this, by the way. The word that actually you pronounce it tsar. So why is it written czar? Our border czar, which written like this in Polish means a magic spell. Czar. Our border czar, Kamala Harris opened up the border by design. Now real people are suffering. Where is this from? August 1st, 2024. And it's pinned. This is his pinned message. Czar. JD Vance, Joe Biden sanctioned an invasion of the United States. We have approximately 20 million illegal aliens in this country. Their victims are measured in longer wait times for hospitals, overwhelmed schools, and murder victims the media largely ignored. The media has determined the real victims are the gang members we're trying to get out of the country. Yes, 20 million gang members just entered the United States. 20, what a gang! 20 million gang members entered the United States. Brilliant, of course. Border spell, yeah, I guess so. Is it similar in Ukrainian, czar? This is so crazy. Also, I hate the term illegal. Illegal aliens. This is so wild. How can a person be illegal? And what's the funniest thing about the whole thing is that I remember MAGA hats, I remember conservatives being really angry about the change in the language, that people like that were called undocumented. Undocumented as in that was like, think about it for 5 seconds. If you come to a country and you need certain documents in order to legally stay in that country, if you don't have those documents, what are you? You're undocumented. You lack the necessary documents, okay? Like, it's so bafflingly straightforward. It's so weirdly simple, and yet some people fail to grasp it, okay? Fail to grasp the meaning of the term undocumented. As opposed to the really weird term illegal. You are illegal. Okay? An illegal person. Your existence is illegal. Your very existence breaks the law. That makes no sense. So wait, Kamala Harris is a support summoning spell that's spawning millions and millions of criminals to the US? Who's spamming that stuff? That OP magic? I mean, Kamala Harris was before Trump came along to make America great again. Wow. Wowzers trousers. I'm having fun with this Twitter segment, okay? X segment. I feel like we can roll with it a bit. Okay, whatever. Let's look at a different. Oh yeah! Kyle Cheney, a legal affairs reporter, is apparently unable or unwilling to look at the facts here. In 2019, an immigrant judge under the first Trump administration determined that the deported man was in fact a member of the MS-13 gang. He also apparently had multiple traffic violations. The original version of this tweet said that it was under the Biden administration in 2019 because JD Vance is an idiot and he even admits to it here. Edited the original post because 2019, when this determination was made, was during the Trump admin, not the Biden admin. Because, again, JD Vance is an idiot. Elon Musk, 100%. Elon Musk Doge will make sure you get your Social Security. Doge will make sure you get your Medicaid. There will be no cuts to legitimate payments whatsoever. The Democrats' narrative is a lie. Let me listen to this video.
Doge will make sure you get your Social Security. Doge will make sure you get your Medicaid. There will be no cuts to legitimate payments whatsoever. Doge.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't there a thing related to Doge, actually? Wasn't there a thing where... I'm gonna try to Googling it. Doge cuts Social Security for orphans? Oh. Uh-oh. 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 These are some very worrying... Uh-oh. Doge is disrupting Social Security from 6 days ago. Hold on, I want something from... Doge is undermining the social... Uh-oh. Whoa! Elon Musk's Doge is undermining the Social Security Administration's technology and operations, former White House officials say. A former White House official says Elon Musk Doge is destabilizing the Social Security Administration's technology and operations, creating widespread access issues for millions of Americans. The agency has faced website crashes and overwhelmed call centers, leaving many struggling to resolve payment problems. Okay, let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Doge will make sure you get your Social Security. Doge will make sure you get your Medicaid. There will be no cuts to legitimate payments whatsoever.
Millions of people are having problems with their payments, apparently. Since Doge staffers entered SSA, some recipients have complained of long wait times on phone lines and website glitches, making it harder to resolve issues with payments or update personal information. The SSA website has crashed multiple times in the last 10 days, blocking millions from accessing their accounts. Wow, okay. Doge will make sure you'll get your Social Security, apparently. The agency has also undergone a significant staff reduction, with further plans for the closure of local offices. Brilliant. Yeah, Doge will take care of you. So that's that's a thing. We're gonna take a look at Musk's Twitter as well, just so we can get a full picture of this amazing development. What is this? It is this brain-dead liberalism pretending to conservatives that saw the US go from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which the PRC makes nearly twice as much as we do. These people want to turn Europe into a permanent protectorate. Yeah, let's just turn our backs to all our allies. Oh, cool. We visited the place that we want to conquer. That we want to take over Greenland. Yay! Usha and I are on our way home from an incredible journey to the place that we want to take over. We can't wait to come back again. America stands with Greenland, and by stands with Greenland means that we want to invade it and take it over. We will guard it by invading it. Enslave it. True. J.D. Vance's trip to Greenland is a strong, smart move. Eddie Stefanik is a patriot. Oh yeah, the signal thing. Still, some have felt that Vance's claim that the endeavor was largely about bailing Europe out again was an admission that he does not see the Houthis as a significant threat to US national security, despite the terror group being responsible for the deaths of 3 US service members last January, as well as for ongoing attacks in US military vessels and allies. This morning, Josh Kraushaar ran a hit piece against me in Jewish Insider, which has become an anti-JD rag. It has many problems, including 7 anonymous quotes from cowardly Republicans, but the most glaring factual error is the below, which says the Houthis killed 3 Americans last January. Actually, the group responsible for the attack was Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which is an entirely different militia group. Now you might say this is evidence of Kraushaar being the biggest hack. Jesus. I want to look at his tweet about Ukraine. Never mind, let's go to Elon Musk. I think we've got enough from JD Van. What is Elon Grok? Let's ask Grok. Very important to vote for Super Judge Brad Schrimmel and voter ID today in Wisconsin. Next, I'm buying Coca-Cola to put cocaine back in. Wow, what an amazing joke from 2022. The hell? What is this here? Wait, hold on. What? Why do I see tweets from 2022? And 2024? What the hell? Why is this Twitter such a mess? What is this? The hell? Men don't belong in women's sports. Absolutely. I'm trying to look at his tweets, but it's just 2022. Let me check something on my phone. We're gonna explore the lands of Twitter. You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take it away. Okay? Let me see what I liked on... Oh, I've actually not liked many things. Have I? Oh no, I've liked some. Wow. I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'm gonna do actual news because it is sad. Twitter is just sad. Sad place. I'm gonna be right back. In the meantime, consider donating and subscribing. The more you donate, the more meat I will be able to feed to the doggy. Yubu yubu yubu. Yubu yubu yubu. Yubu yubu yubu. Come on. You Zulu. You. Yoink. Yoink, Mr. Teddy. Yoink, Mr. Teddy Bear. Júbate, Pedro. social. Chodźmy social. Chodźmy social. Chodźmy social. Chodź do mnie. Hello, Mr. Booby. Oj, oj, oj. Hello, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. Boo. Hello, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. Mr. Booby. What do you mean? What do you mean, WTF? What? I always liked them. You, Mr. Yui. Oh. E. Right. The Twitter thing is just depressing. We're gonna get into real news. We're gonna get into some real news. First, I'm gonna Google some stuff because I'm curious. I'm curious, like, about stuff. Showed him to the camera. I showed him to the camera before. Early on stream, for those who were here early. For early comers. He's like, okay, maybe I'll try to show him. Come on. Let's try to show him. You, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. There you go. See? You can see him now. Hello, Mr. Booby. Boogie, go boogie, go, boogie, boogie. There you go. Perfect, right? Perfection. E. Balance. It is dark. Yeah, it is dark because you don't donate, so you don't have a proper lighting source. Hello, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. Hello, Mr. Booby. Oh, boogie, yeah, boogie. So, like, he looks like a shadow, but still cute. You need to donate to allow me to get a... Okay, let me Google something real quick. The future is gonna be so US. Wait, let me check Elon Musk's thing a bit more. Okay, let's check. I guess let's check Elon Musk's Twitter for a bit. Free speech is the bedrock of functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated, said Mr. Musk. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. Okay? I look forward to it, dude. Oh, that's amazing. Free speech is the bedrock of functioning democracy, dudes. So, oh, yes! Yes! Says Elon Musk in 2022. Yes! Listen, I can't do miracles, okay? Now I'm gonna buy McDonald's and fix all of their ice cream machines. What comes up when I type in what happens if I Elon Musk Twitter Ukraine? I'm not sorry for your daughter, Dugina, just so you know. I'm not sorry. It's always an interesting challenge trying to sound like Dugin. It was a tragic waste of life for Ukraine to attack a large army that had defense in depth. Oh God, I remember that crap. Musk couldn't care less about Ukraine and Ukrainians. I mean, that's true. Oh, there you go. Ukraine reacts angrily to revelation that Musk blocked. Oh. Yeah, Ukraine is not happy with Elon Musk. So impressed with Elon Musk's take on war in Ukraine. Never a truer word. Bravo, says Sebastian Gorka, DRG. Musk couldn't care less about Ukraine and Ukrainians. Okay, let's see. I want to see. We're exploring some more Twitter. Okay. Wow, not cool. What did she ever do to anyone? She was a Russian propagandist. Very active. Alright, let's watch. Ooh, so brave of Elon Musk. Let's watch Elon Musk's bravery. Oh, I cannot wait. Elon Musk is my favorite VIP of the universe, so this is gonna be insightful and cool and interesting and good. This is gonna be futuristic and stuff.
Those who virtue signal and say, oh, we can't give in to Russia, but have no solution to stopping thousands of kids dying every day.
What the fuck are you... Okay, I shouldn't swear. Let me try this again for the algorithm for YouTube not to butcher this bit before it even begins. Let me try this again, okay?
Those who virtue signal and say, oh, we can't give in to Russia.
Yeah, it's such virtue signaling to say that we shouldn't give in to an invading country that wants to genocide a whole nation of people. What? Such virtue signaling.
But have no solution to stopping thousands of kids dying every day.
What thousands? What is he referring to? Are soldiers kids now? What is he talking about? Soldiers are... Isn't the average age of... Isn't the whole thing, the whole meme that everybody keeps saying that the average age of a Ukrainian soldier is 40 plus? 43 or 40 something? Those are kids? 40 plus kids?
They just want that to continue forever.
Like that is so weird. Like people like this in the same breath say that all the young people are dead and only old people fight now, but suddenly thousands of kids just die every day, apparently.
I have contempt for. They just want that to continue forever.
Yeah, forever. Like, no kids are fighting, okay? If anything, kids are being kidnapped to Russia to be Russified. Or in the case of cities like Kherson, are being hunted by drones by Russia. This is ridiculous.
They just want that to continue forever. I have contempt for such people. I don't want to make that clear. Because their virtue signaling and their lack of a solution means that...
What do you mean, lack of a solution? The solution is to push Russians out. That's a solution, you idiot.
Kids don't have a father.
Oh.
It means that parents lost a son. For what?
What do you mean for what, you cretin? I promise not to swear, but it's just impossible. Maybe for another Bucha not to happen, maybe for another Irpin not to happen, Izium, maybe because there's a human safari ongoing in the city of Kherson. You know, Russians hunting Ukrainian civilians with drones. Maybe it's because people in the occupied territories are being tortured, killed, raped. Maybe it has something to do with that. Maybe people are fighting for that. What do you mean for what? That is so ridiculous. That is the stupidest thing ever. The stupidest thing that anybody could say. But then again, where's that energy for any other conflict? Where's that energy for Gaza from Elon Musk? Where's that? Wasn't there a secret little chat about bombing Yemen that has surfaced because, like idiots, they've added a journalist to the chat? Where's that energy for Yemen, Elon Musk? No, actually, it's not all about how Elon feels. It's all about what Trump dictates him to feel, actually. He doesn't feel that. He doesn't care about Ukrainian children or Ukrainian soldiers dying. He cares about the line that the Trump administration pushes. It's not even about his feelings in this case. It's just about towing the line. That's it.
Nothing. We should have empathy for the thousands of people that are dying every day in trenches.
Yeah, and we should absolutely have zero empathy for the... I have no idea how many children dying in Gaza, for example. I guess forget about those.
For no movement in the lines. So the borders remain the same for the past 2 years. Thousands of people...
That's actually not true.
People have died every week for nothing.
Not for nothing. I've already explained this. This is...
For what? And I take great offense at those who put the appearance of goodness.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're so offended. So offended.
Over the reality of it.
Yeah, the reality of it is that the United States is as much of an empire right now as Russia. The United States wants to screw Ukraine over. The United States wants to dupe Ukraine into signing a horrible deal and basically wants to return to business as usual with Russia. So it doesn't really care to support Ukraine anymore. That is the reality of it. Elon Musk. Whatever. Whatever. It's just stupid. That, my dear viewers, is that. How long have we been doing the Twitter thing? I want to know. I'm actually fairly curious. I mean, the entirety of the administration of Donald Trump is a bunch of children, so I'm not really shocked or appalled at this point. They're all a bunch of children that think that they can dismantle the alliances that have been built over decades and just replace it with something I have no clue what. Just dismantle it all because it's so stupid. Make America great again. So let me see, because there's news that I wanted to watch, view. Let me see. Trump repeats threat to slap secondary tariffs on Russian oil. So pathetic. It is so pathetic that Trump does not have the guts to even sanction Russia. No, it's secondary tariffs on countries that would buy oil from Russia. It's such a pathetic and gutless move. Trump is such a gutless man. I swear to God. I think this one I'm gonna just give my opinions because there's a little bit to talk about here and there's a timeline that we have to build. There's context that is needed. Did he maintain sanctions on Russia? For now. But the United States is thinking actively of lessening the sanctions. I'm going to mention this. So it all started, my starting point is going to be this. The United States proposed a ceasefire, I guess it will be a non-conditional ceasefire on both sides, a temporary ceasefire for 30 days, I believe. Hostilities would stop, and that ceasefire would hopefully lead to a more permanent peace deal. That was the Trump administration hope, that this would happen. It would be great. Trump would be seen as the savior of the universe who stopped the war that Joe Biden couldn't. You know, Trump's big promise to end the war in 24 hours, which turned into half a year, which turned into 100 days. Really pathetic, empty words, empty promises that he has so far. It's not even close to fulfilling. That's neither here nor there. He cannot even get a ceasefire, let alone an actual peace deal. So Ukraine has agreed to the ceasefire, to the unconditional ceasefire. And in the meantime, Russia has said, no, we do not agree to the ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire. We can actually agree to a partial ceasefire, and that partial ceasefire would mean that we would not attack each other's energy infrastructure for 30 days, and there would be peace on the Black Sea. I guess that's also part of the partial ceasefire. But Russia has said that, first of all, the ceasefire is no good. The conditions of the ceasefire are not good because it just allows Ukraine to rearm, get resupply, and continue the war in a better condition. Second of all, Russia has said that in order for it to agree to any ceasefire, first of all, sanctions have to be lessened on agricultural products and certain financial instruments have to be brought back to Russia for it to be able to use those instruments. And that is just something that clearly demonstrates that Russia is not really interested in a ceasefire, that Russia is just interested in dragging the negotiations, and in the meantime continuing the war. That is the reality of the situation, which is evidenced by a few other events that have happened in the meantime connected to this whole ordeal of trying to organize a partial ceasefire. The amazing peacemaker Donald Trump went from, I'm gonna end the war in 24 hours. In fact, he said that he would end it before even taking office. I'm gonna end it in half a year, I guess. I'm gonna end it in 100 days. I'm gonna end it real quick. It's gonna end very fast. To trying to organize a partial ceasefire, which, again, even he himself has somewhat admitted that Russia is just dragging its feet, that maybe it wants to sign a deal, maybe it doesn't want to sign the deal. And then in his usual pathetic manner, Trump has continued to say, yeah, I understand Putin doing this. I did it in the past during my real estate dealings. He just wants to stay in the game, sort of. He wants to stay in the game and maybe do it, maybe not do it. You know, it's understandable. I do it like that as well. Pathetic behavior, in other words. Basically just justifying any ridiculous action that Vladimir Putin and by extension Russia takes. In the meantime, two different events have happened. The United States seem unfazed by both. I believe that at this point, from what I've seen, Russia has violated this partial ceasefire several times, although I'm not even sure if technically speaking it has even agreed to it yet, because the sanctions I'm pretty sure have not been lifted as per Russia's demands. But Russia has commenced a pretty big attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Again, even though the partial ceasefire requires both sides not to attack each other's energy infrastructure. Let me take a look. Let me Google this, okay? Kherson attack on energy grid. This is new development, okay? There you go. Russia again violates partial ceasefire by attacking. This is from when? April Fools. Well, what do you know? What a little April Fools. Oh, we're having a partial ceasefire. We're so not gonna attack your energy infrastructure. April Fools, we're totally gonna attack it. I guess it's just like a little bit of a prank. A little bit of a cool joke on Russia's side. The partial ceasefire was just an April Fool's joke. Some 45,000 residents of Kherson were left without electricity after a morning Russian attack on one of the city's power facilities. Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said on April 1st during a joint press conference with his Lithuanian counterpart Kęstutis Burdis. The attack happened after Russia and Ukraine announced a partial ceasefire on strikes against energy facilities following technical consultations with the US in Riyadh and previous week. After Riyadh, one of the agreements with the US was about not striking at energy infrastructure. Sibiha said at press conference, I'm pretty sure that Russia has violated this partial ceasefire at least 29 times, or at least that's what I thought. That's what I saw on the counter on a different stream's screen. So I trust it. According to the local military administration, the central and Korabelny districts of Kherson are without electricity. So this happened. This is one of the two things that happened. Russia has violated again the partial ceasefire in a big way, demonstrating that it wants to stall, and not lead to any breakthroughs when it comes to the peace effort. That is one. But there's also another big thing that happened that should give us all pause. I would argue even bigger. And that is draft. Putin begins biggest Russian military call up in years from 9 hours ago. BBC, Politico. Putin to conscript 160,000 more Russians for war with Ukraine. Wow, that really demonstrates how ready for peace Vladimir Putin is. That really demonstrates just how much Russia respects the United States of America, specifically Donald Trump. It really demonstrates how great a relationship Donald Trump has with Vladimir Putin, how well he understands him, how big strides Donald Trump has made to finally end this war so that kids won't have to die. Stop the virtue signaling, okay? Kids are dying. Conscription. That is the real way to peace. Politico. Let's go with Politico. Putin to conscript 160 more Russians for war with Ukraine. Ukraine warned the Kremlin is preparing for a massive new military offensive. Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered another 100. Oh. Okay, again, Russia drafts men aged 18 to 30 years old. The new order, starting April 1st and to be completed by July 15th, comes amidst the ongoing negotiations for a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, brokered by the United States. And again, time and time again, the United States demonstrates that it is an ally to Russia. It pressures Ukraine time and time and time again to give more and more and more and more, and makes no demands of Russia. In fact, it placates to Russia's demands more and more and more and more. Okay? And this sort of draft of 160,000 new recruits that demonstrates that Russia is not serious about any sort of peace and not serious about any sort of ceasefire at this point. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claims Russia is dragging out the peace process as it is preparing a massive new offensive to grab more Ukrainian land before actual peace talks. I can agree with that. According to our intelligence, Russia is preparing for a new offensive in Sumy, Kharkiv, and Zaporizhia regions, Zelensky said last week. And I'm willing to bet that Trump's main reaction to something like this will be, well, yeah, I would have done it like this as well. It's logical. I can understand why Putin does it like this. They're dragging out negotiations and trying to drag the US into endless, meaningless discussions about fake conditions to buy time and then try to seize even more land. Putin wants to negotiate territory from a stronger position. He only thinks about war. So our job, all of us, is defense in the broadest sense of the word. So yeah. This is ridiculous. And in the meantime, there's a third event, of course, brewing in the horizon. The infamous... I've missed a lot of things. I've been ill. I haven't been talking politics. I just decided to bundle up a lot of horrible things that have been happening into one little segment called the ceasefire negotiations. In the meantime, Donald Trump is annoyed. Donald Trump is feeling big annoyance by both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky, okay? And let me tell you about what exactly he is annoyed by, and we will clearly see where his loyalties lie, and we will clearly see how serious he is about things. He is annoyed by Putin because Putin has undermined the legitimacy of Zelensky as president, even though Trump has done so himself. Trump has clearly, when it was convenient to him, undermined Zelensky's legitimacy as well. He called him a dictator. Of course, he later said that he does not remember saying anything like that, but it is well documented that he did. So he is annoyed about that with Putin. But he is also annoyed with Zelensky because Ukraine does not want to sign a mineral deal with the US, which would relinquish control not just over the rare earth minerals, but also oil and gas. And also, it would allow the US to potentially dictate which allies is Ukraine allowed and not allowed to have, which means that it would directly undermine Ukraine's accession to the European Union, to which Ukraine absolutely does not agree. Okay, it does not agree to sign a deal that would jeopardize its membership in the European Union. And let me just say that the fact that Donald Trump is trying, he even said, it looks like, and I'm paraphrasing, Zelensky's trying to pull back of this deal. He doesn't want to sign it, but if he doesn't sign it, he's going to be in big trouble. He's going to have a lot of trouble, okay, if he doesn't sign this deal. And just how, like, why would Ukraine want to sign a deal that would jeopardize its membership in the Union? Like, at this point, the United States is just another empire that is looking to exploit Ukraine. It just has to be said. It just has to be said without reservation. At this point, it's just Ukraine between two empires trying to get as much as they can out of Ukraine. So that has been happening. as a backdrop to the ceasefire negotiations. And what else can I say? What else can I say? It is clear that Russia is not interested in any sort of peace. It is interested that Russia is not even interested in any sort of ceasefire. It has broken the ceasefire 29 times or more at this point. It's just pathetic. It's pathetic that the West keeps falling for that. Like everybody, every person in a country that even remotely borders Russia knew from the start what a ceasefire with Russia means. We all saw the writing on the wall, okay? And people are just now making this shocked face. What? But then again, apparently Trump has only recently learned through his intelligence that Russia is receiving aid from Iran. The Shahed drones. Apparently it's like a new revelation to Donald Trump. So let's not even get into the whole topic of how much Trump is out of touch when it comes to the entire conflict. How he lied about Ukrainian troops being encircled in the Kursk region time and time again, even when he was decisively disproven his narrative around it. Like, the United States have taken the role of pressuring Ukraine into concessions, spreading Russian propaganda and conspiracy, basically, and just giving more and more to Russia. So this is where we are. This is where we are. The United States are brokering a partial ceasefire because Russia has not agreed to a complete ceasefire. It has not even technically speaking agreed to the partial ceasefire. Donald Trump is doing an amazing job brokering this peace. Biden, I can say with confidence that as bad as Biden has done on aid, as bad as the entirety of the West has done on aid, as much as the West has dropped the ball on helping Ukraine in its time of need, I will say that Biden would probably not have done it quite like this, okay? He probably would have not went as far as to basically ally himself with Russia openly. And this is where we are. We'll see what the new developments will bring. We'll see what will happen. And in the meantime, I've given you a little bit of a TLDR of what's been happening and my on and off today. Okay? I feel like this is the right moment to just finish stream because the internet just keeps turning off and on again. Like, I don't know. It's just not going well. It's just not going well for me tonight, okay? But I feel like we've done a few solid segments. I'd like to know your opinions before I go. Before I raid into somebody on YouTube. Somebody of... I don't know. I don't think it's a matter of my computer. It's just... I don't know. He clipped a few. Happens to everyone. Well, hopefully we'll be able to build more audience members. We've landed on a solid 17 people watching, so that's good. It's more than 10. Okay, let's raid. This is Revolution. I honestly have no clue how to unlock more people watching this stream, but you know, happens. happens to the best of us. Maybe one day I will discover the secret. This is revolution, yeah. Okay, I'm rating This is Revolution. Oh no, they've unlocked. If they've unlocked themselves, they've definitely not unlocked themselves to me. Because it says that I do not have the... I cannot rate them. It has to be someone else. If you want me to rate, it has to be someone else. Who are we gonna raid? Who? No, he doesn't need my rates. I've done that before, yes, in the past. He does not need my rates. Okay, let's go to Riverboat Jack. Let's just go to Riverboat Jack. Pep Talks. Oops, Pep Talks. I cannot rate Pep Talks. Okay, Riverboat Jack it is. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night. Fare thee well. How is Stinky Lucy? Well, I'm just finishing stream. But thank you. Thank you, not here. You can DM me if you want to know how I am. Sincerely. Okay, I'll see you.